Good evening. Tonight's tale takes place in a small American city called Raccoon City, home to 100,000 souls and one very ambitious pharmaceutical corporation. What begins as mysterious deaths in the mountains becomes something far worse, a virus, an outbreak, and the unsettling discovery that the dead don't always stay dead. Before we proceed, a disclosure. The voices you'll hear were generated by artificial intelligence, but the story, the script, and the direction are entirely human. Technology provides the voice, but a human hand guides the terror. What follows is fictional, based on the Resident Evil video game universe. If you haven't played these games, stop now and do so. They're magnificent. This audio drama will still be here when you return. Any resemblance to real corporations or government programs is purely coincidental, though you may find that when we create weapons we don't understand, we control very little of what escapes. And remember, the most terrifying monsters are often the ones we fund ourselves. Enjoy the show.
Discover Raccoon City. Nestled in the beautiful Arklay Mountain region, Raccoon City offers something for everyone. Enjoy world-class hiking trails, pristine forests, and breathtaking mountain views. Downtown Raccoon features charming shops, excellent restaurants, and a thriving arts community. Visit the Raccoon City Museum, take a tour of our historic clock tower, or enjoy a show at the Civic Center. Our safe, family-friendly community is home to quality schools, beautiful parks, and a growing economy thanks to our major employers like Umbrella Corporation. Whether you're visiting for the weekend or considering making Raccoon City your home, you'll find warm hospitality and endless opportunities. Raccoon City, where mountain beauty meets modern living. For visitor information, call 555-RACOON.
All right, folks, you're listening to The Truth Underground, and what I'm about to play for you, they do not want you to hear this. I'm talking about Umbrella Corporation. I'm talking about the federal government. I'm talking about everyone who's been covering up what really happened in Raccoon City. Now, about 3 weeks ago, I was contacted by someone who was there, someone who survived the Raccoon City incident and got out before the sterilization. This person. And I am not going to reveal their identity because, frankly, their life is in danger just for reaching out to me. They provided me with materials, audio recordings, internal facility logs, and most importantly, preserved newscasts from the local Raccoon City station. You see, when the government firebombed that city, when they erased it from the map, they thought they destroyed all the evidence. But someone had the foresight, the courage to record everything, to preserve it. I've got dozens of these files. News broadcasts that aired in Raccoon City in the weeks and months leading up to the outbreak. And I've got internal recordings from the Umbrella facilities themselves, audio logs from the people who were inside when it all went to hell. I'm going to be releasing these over the coming weeks because, frankly, I need to protect myself. My source is risking everything to get this information out there, and I owe it to them to do this right. But this first one, this is where it all started. May 14th, 1998. 3 days after the initial containment breach at the Arklay laboratory. This is a personal audio log from a facility maintenance worker. And folks, this is ground zero. Before I play this, I want you to understand something. This man died. Everyone in that facility died. And when their families asked what happened, they were told it was a gas leak, an industrial accident, nothing to see here, move along. But there was no gas leak. There was a viral outbreak, a biological weapon. And this recording, this is the proof. After this, I'm going to start airing the preserved newscasts. You're going to hear how the media covered this in real time, how they tried to tell the truth, and how they were silenced. All right, here it is. The Keeper's final log, May 14th, 1998. And I'm warning you now, this is disturbing.
This is a personal log for facility maintenance staff. May 14th, 1998, approximately 2200 hours. My name is having trouble remembering things. 3 days ago, there was an accident in the basement laboratory. Containment breach. They woke all of us up at 5 in the morning. Security, researchers, maintenance made us put on the spacesuits, the full hazmat gear. In 5 years working at this facility, I'd never seen them scared before. But that morning, they were terrified. All the doors sealed automatically. Containment protocol. They said, nobody in, nobody out. They told us it was temporary, just a precaution while they cleaned up whatever spilled. That was 3 days ago. The rash started on May 11th. Just a little spot between my shoulder blades. By the 12th, it had spread down my spine, across my arms. I went to medical, but the doctor wouldn't see me. Said everyone had been exposed to irritants from the ventilation system. Told me to take antihistamines and stop wasting his time. But this isn't irritation. My skin is turning gray, peeling off in sheets. And I'm so hungry. But every time I try to eat, I just vomit it back up. I feel like I'm starving and rotting at the same time. The specimens, the dogs, they stopped eating on May 12th. Just stared at me through the cage bars. 68 modified Dobermans, part of the MA-39 project, the Cerberus program. They're not supposed to refuse food. They're engineered to be aggressive, hungry, perfect predators. This morning I went to check on them and the kennels were empty. Half of them just gone. The locks were broken, torn apart from the inside. There was blood on the floor, trails leading to the ventilation shaft. I followed the trail to the waste disposal area. Found a maintenance hatch that had been forced open. They got out, into the forest. I should have reported it immediately, but I couldn't think straight. My head feels like it's full of static, and I kept thinking, if they find out I lost the specimens, if they find out I didn't secure the kennels properly. But it wasn't my fault. The locks, they were bent outward. Steel bars twisted like paper. What kind of strength would that take? I need to warn someone. Those dogs are out there in the Arklay Mountains. People hike those trails, families camp there, and if what happened to me is happening to them, my hands, I can't stop them from shaking. Can barely hold this recorder. And the hunger, oh God, the hunger is getting worse. I can smell something. Meat. Is someone cooking? Why can I smell it through the door? Wait, that's not cooking, that's Steve. Steve from B-Wing. He's in the hallway and he's just standing there, swaying, and I can smell, oh God. I can smell him, and I'm hungry. Why am I so hungry? He's trying to get in. I need to lock the door.
Good evening, I'm Jack Baker. Tonight we begin with a tragic story out of the Arklay Mountain region. 1 week ago, the body of a young woman was discovered along the Marble River in the Cider District. Raccoon City police are investigating what they believe to be a fatal animal attack. The victim, a woman in her 20s, was found with severe trauma consistent with predation. Her identity is being withheld pending notification of next of kin. Police Chief Brian Irons issued a statement this afternoon calling the incident, quote, a tragic reminder of the dangers posed by wildlife in our region. The Raccoon Forest Service has closed several hiking trails in the Arklay Mountains as a precautionary measure. Peter Walken is at the edge of the restricted area. Peter?
Jack, I'm standing at one of the newly established barricades along Route 12, about 15 miles north of the city. Behind me, you can see Forest Service vehicles and what appears to be a fairly significant law enforcement presence for what officials are calling a wildlife management situation. Now, I spoke with a ranger about 20 minutes ago who confirmed that at least 3 major trailheads have been closed since yesterday morning. He told me they're treating this as a potential rabies outbreak among the local bear population. What's interesting here, though, is the level of response we're seeing RPD units, Forest Service, and I've counted at least 2 state wildlife officers in the past hour. That's, that's not typical for a single incident. The ranger I spoke with, he seemed, I don't know, more concerned than you'd expect. Said they've had reports of unusual animal behavior over the past 2 weeks. Didn't elaborate on what that meant exactly. He did emphasize that hikers should avoid the Arklay region entirely until further notice, and that's coming directly from the Forest Service. I also tried to get more details about the victim found last week. The Marble River, where she was discovered. It flows directly down from these mountains. One of the details in the police report that stood out was that she was wearing a hiking boot on her right foot. The left foot was, well, it was missing. The medical examiner noted what he called considerable power in the bite marks along her arms. Now, bears are obviously dangerous, but the way this is being handled, it's got people asking questions. I spoke with a couple who were turned away from the trailhead this morning. They've been hiking these mountains for 15 years. Never had any problems. They told me they've never seen the trails closed like this. Back to you in the studio.
Peter, have authorities said anything about how long these closures might last?
That's the question everyone's asking. And honestly, we're not getting clear answers. The rangers said they're monitoring the situation. But when I pressed him on a timeline, he just said it depends on what they find. There's definitely a sense that they're being more cautious than usual.
All right. Peter Walken reporting from the Arklay Mountain area. We'll continue to follow this story. For more on the health concerns surrounding this incident, we're joined by Dr. Peyton Wells, Chief of Infectious Diseases at Raccoon General Hospital. Dr. Wells, thank you for being with us tonight.
Thanks for having me.
So, officials are suggesting this could be related to rabies among the bear population. How concerned should residents be?
Well, rabies is always a serious concern when we're talking about wildlife, particularly larger predators like bears or mountain lions. The disease affects the brain, causes aggression, disorientation, unusual behavior. An infected animal might lose its natural fear of humans, which increases the likelihood of dangerous encounters. Now, in a typical rabies case, you'd see an animal that's, acting strangely, approaching people when it normally wouldn't, stumbling, excessive salivation, that sort of thing. But the attack itself would usually be defensive, not predatory.
And that's not what happened here.
Based on what I read in the medical examiner's report, which was shared with our hospital as a precaution, the injuries are, they're a bit unusual. The bite patterns show what was described as considerable power. That's consistent with a large animal, certainly. But the nature of the injuries, the fact that the victim appears to have been, pursued over some distance rather than simply encountered and attacked, that raises questions.
What kind of questions?
Bears typically don't hunt humans. If you surprise one or get between a mother and cubs, yes, you can be attacked. But that's usually a quick defensive strike and then the animal leaves. What the medical examiner described sounds more like active predation. The victim was apparently in the water when she was found, which suggests the attack occurred deeper in the forest, not along a trail where you'd expect a chance encounter. Now, could an animal with rabies behave this way? It's possible. The disease can make animals more aggressive, remove their natural inhibitions, but I'd expect to see other signs, other animals exhibiting symptoms. If this is rabies, we should be seeing more cases, not just one isolated incident.
So what else could it be?
I don't want to speculate beyond the evidence. What I will say is that the Forest Service is right to be cautious. Whether this is rabies, territorial aggression, or just an unusually aggressive individual animal, the behavior it's not typical. And until we know more, people should stay out of the affected areas.
What should people who live near the foothills or who regularly hike in the area, what precautions should they be taking?
The most important thing right now is to respect the trail closures. If authorities are telling you to stay out of the Arklay Mountains, stay out. If you do live in the foothills, don't leave food outside, secure your trash, keep pets indoors at night. If you see any wildlife behaving strangely, aggressive behavior, animals that seem disoriented or unafraid of people, don't approach. Call animal control immediately. These are standard precautions, but they're important. And frankly, until we understand what happened to this young woman, it's better to be overcautious.
One final question. The medical examiner mentioned the power behind the bite marks. Is that something you'd normally see with a bear attack?
Bear jaws are incredibly powerful, so yes, they can cause tremendous damage. What stood out to me, reading the report, was the depth of the wounds and the precision, almost multiple bites to specific areas, the arms, the legs, the left foot that was removed entirely. It could be a bear. It could be rabies making an animal behave abnormally. But I understand why people are concerned, and I think the authorities are taking the right approach by closing the trails until they can investigate further.
Dr. Wells, thank you for your time tonight. To recap our top story, Raccoon City police are investigating what they believe to be a fatal bear attack in the Arklay Mountains. The victim, a woman in her 20s, was discovered along the Marble River 1 week ago. Several hiking trails have been closed as a precautionary measure, and officials are urging residents to avoid the area until further notice. We'll continue to monitor this situation and bring you updates as they become available. I'm Jack Baker. Have a safe evening.
Security log, May 12, 1998. Officer David Trapp, 3rd shift. Something's not right at this facility. I've been working security here for 3 years, and I've never seen the researchers this spooked. Yesterday morning, they sealed the entire complex. Full lockdown protocol. They're telling us it's a chemical spill in the basement lab, but I've worked chemical spills before. This is different. The scientists won't make eye contact. They're walking around in full hazmat gear. Won't tell us what happened. Just keep saying to maintain the perimeter, and don't let anyone leave. Don't let anyone leave. That's the part that bothers me. If it's contained, why can't people go home? I did my rounds on B level tonight. The animal testing wing. It was quiet. Too quiet. Usually you can hear the dogs barking, the chimps making noise. But tonight, nothing. Just this smell. Like copper and rotting meat. I tried to check the specimen cages, but the door was locked. Biometric lock, above my clearance. But I could see through the window. Some of the cages were empty, and there was blood on the floor. A lot of it. I radioed my supervisor, asked what was going on with the specimens. He told me to stay out of B level and stick to perimeter patrol. When I pushed back, he said if I wanted to keep my job, I'd forget what I saw. Security log, May 13th, 2nd night of lockdown. I went to the break room around 0300 hours. Found a note on the bulletin board, handwritten. Has anyone seen Scott from maintenance? He missed his shift. His locker's still open. I know Scott, good guy, never misses work. I checked the security footage from yesterday. Last time Scott appeared on camera was 2200 hours, heading into the basement level. He never came back up. I showed the footage to my supervisor, and he confiscated the recording. Told me Scott called in sick and to drop it. But Scott's car is still in the parking lot. I checked. There's something else. The ventilation system has been running constantly since the lockdown, pumping air out of the building. If it was just a chemical spill, they'd filter and recirculate. They're evacuating the air because there's something in it they don't want us breathing. I tried to call my wife, tell her I might be late getting home. Phone lines are down. They say it's interference from the equipment, but I think they're jamming the signal. Hold on. I'm hearing something from the lower levels. Sounds like scratching. Maybe pipes expanding. I don't know. You know what? I don't care if I lose this job. When my shift ends at 0600, I'm walking out of here. They can keep their hazard pay. This isn't worth it. I just hope they let me leave.
Grill 13, Raccoon City's premier dining destination. Located in the heart of downtown, Grill 13 offers an elegant atmosphere, exceptional service, and a menu featuring the finest steaks, fresh seafood, and seasonal specialties. Our award-winning wine list includes selections from around the world, carefully curated by our sommelier. Executive Chef Marcus Rodriguez prepares each dish with locally sourced ingredients and classical technique. Perfect for business dinners, romantic evenings, or celebrating special occasions. Private dining rooms available for parties up to 30 guests. Grill 13, where Raccoon City dines in style. Reservations recommended. Call 555-4113 or visit us at 130 Fisson Street. Open Tuesday through Saturday, 5 p.m. to 11 p.m.
Good evening, I'm Jack Baker. We begin tonight with a disturbing update to a story we've been following for nearly a month. The death toll in the Arklay Mountains has risen to 9 confirmed victims, with at least 4 others still missing. What authorities initially attributed to wildlife attacks is now being investigated as possible homicides. The shift comes after the discovery of 3 bodies in the past week, including an elderly couple found dead in their home near the mountain foothills. Peter Walken has been covering this story. Peter.
Jack, the situation up here has changed dramatically in the past 2 weeks. I'm in the town of Stoneville, about 8 miles from where that couple, the Lindsays, were found dead in their home 3 days ago. And I have to tell you, people here are frightened. The bear theory, that's been the official explanation since late May, it's falling apart. Bears don't break into houses and kill people in their beds. According to the police report, which was leaked to the press yesterday, both victims had multiple bite wounds. The scene was described as violent, chaotic, but nothing was stolen. There was no sign of forced entry through windows or doors. Now that's raised a lot of questions about what actually happened in that house. I spoke with neighbors this morning who said they didn't hear anything unusual that night. One woman told me, and I'm quoting here, if something killed them in their own home, what's to stop it from coming to mine? And honestly, law enforcement doesn't have a good answer to that. But it gets stranger. Earlier this month, a family of 3, mother, father, young son, they were found dead at their campsite deep in the forest. The coroner's report on that case, it noted something that's, well, it's hard to explain. The victims were missing their internal organs, not damaged, not scattered around the scene, just gone. That detail, more than anything else, has people talking about things other than animals. I've heard the word cult at least a dozen times today. People don't know how else to explain it.
Peter, what are police saying about the cult theory?
Chief Irons held a press conference yesterday afternoon. He was pretty dismissive of the cult angle. Said his department is investigating all possibilities, but he pushed back hard against what he called sensationalism. The problem is, nobody's got a better explanation. We've had 9 deaths in less than a month, and the attacks keep getting, I don't know, more brazen, more violent. Whatever's happening up there, it's not stopping.
All right, stay with us. We'll have more on this in just a moment. Alyssa Ashcroft has been looking into another angle of this story. Alyssa?
Jack, I want to bring your attention to an article that ran earlier this week in the Raccoon Weekly. Now, this is a smaller publication, not known for hard news, but they published witness accounts that are worth examining. The headline reads, Monsters in Arklay Mountains. And before you dismiss that as tabloid nonsense, listen to what people are describing. Multiple witnesses, independent of each other, have reported seeing what they describe as creatures about the same size as large dogs that run in a pack as wolves do. One hiker who survived an encounter said these things were surprisingly fierce and hard to hurt. Now, here's what caught my attention. Several witnesses mentioned the same detail. They said these, whatever they are, they won't bother you unless you wake them. That suggests dormancy or some kind of, I don't know, hibernation behavior maybe. I reached out to the Forest Service for comment on these descriptions. They declined to address the witness accounts specifically, but they did confirm that rangers have found, quote, evidence of unusual predator activity along several river trails.
When you say unusual, what does that mean exactly?
They wouldn't elaborate, but I spoke with a ranger off the record who told me they found bloodstains, a lot of them, along the paths near the Marble and Mendez rivers. He said the patterns don't match typical animal kills. Too much blood in too many locations. Like whatever's doing this is, his words, not eating efficiently. There has also been multiple reports of a man wearing some kind of mask wandering the northwest sector of the mountains. Witnesses describe him as, well, ghost-like, appears and disappears. Whether that's connected to the deaths or just someone who's, in the wrong place at the wrong time, we don't know.
Have authorities made any connection between these sightings and the deaths?
Not publicly. Chief Irons was asked about it at yesterday's press conference. He said, we're investigating all reported sightings, but he wouldn't say if this individual is considered a suspect or a witness or what. What I can tell you is that people who live near the mountains are leaving. I drove through Stoneville, Cedar Grove, and Finney Lake today. For sale signs are going up. A lot of houses are already empty.
Alyssa Ashcroft with that report. Joining us now is Dr. Peyton Wells from Raccoon General Hospital. Dr. Wells, you reviewed the medical examiner's reports on some of these victims. What can you tell us about the injuries?
Well, I can't discuss specific cases, but I can speak generally about what the reports describe. The trauma patterns they're not consistent with a single type of attack. Some victims show injuries that could be animal predation, massive tissue damage, evidence of powerful jaws. But other cases, like the family found at the campsite, those injuries are, frankly, they're harder to explain.
The missing organs, what could cause that?
I don't know. And I think that's the honest answer. In a typical animal attack, you'd see feeding behavior, consumption of tissue, organs damaged or partially eaten at the scene. But according to the coroner's report, the organs were they were absent, not scattered, not damaged and left behind. Just gone. That's not typical predator behavior. I can't point to a known animal that would remove organs completely and leave the rest of the body.
So what does that suggest?
I wish I had a good answer. It's why people are talking about human involvement, a cult, or something deliberate. Because the alternative is, well, it's something we don't have a frame of reference for. What I will say is this. The bite patterns on other victims, they show tremendous force, more than you'd expect from most animals in this region. And in the Lindsay case, where the attack occurred inside a locked home, there's no clear explanation for how whatever did this got inside.
You mentioned force. The medical examiner used the phrase considerable power in the first victim's report. Are we seeing that same pattern with these newer cases?
Yes, and in some cases, it's even more pronounced. One victim, I believe it was one of the solitary hikers found last week, had injuries suggesting they were pursued over a significant distance, multiple bite wounds, all showing that same extreme force. The other thing that's unusual, and this is in several reports, is that the victims appear to have fought back defensive wounds on their hands and arms. But the attacks continued anyway. Whatever's doing this, it doesn't seem to be deterred by resistance.
What should people do if they encounter something like this?
Stay out of the Arklay Mountains. I know that's what we said 3 weeks ago, but it bears repeating. Whatever's happening up there, it's getting worse, not better. If you live near the foothills, lock your doors and windows at night. Don't go outside after dark unless absolutely necessary. And if you see anything unusual, anything that doesn't seem right, call the police immediately. Don't investigate. Don't try to handle it yourself. The Lindsay case proved that staying indoors isn't a guarantee of safety, but it's still the best precaution we have right now.
Dr. Wells, thank you. To recap, 9 people are confirmed dead in what began as isolated animal attacks, but is now being investigated as possible homicides. Authorities have not ruled out any theories, including the possibility of cult activity or coordinated violence. The Arklay Mountains remain closed to all recreational activities. We'll continue following this story. I'm Jack Baker. Good night.
Autopsy report, case number 98-0521. Dr. Helen Ames, Raccoon City Medical Examiner's Office, May 21st, 1998. Subject is a female, approximately 20 years of age. Body was recovered from the Marble River yesterday evening by Raccoon Police Department. Preliminary identification pending notification of next of kin. External examination reveals extensive trauma consistent with animal predation. Multiple lacerations to the upper and lower extremities. The left foot is completely missing, severed at the ankle. The right foot shows deep tissue damage but remains partially intact with hiking boots still in place. What's unusual, and I need to note this carefully, is the pattern of the injuries. The bite marks on the arm show characteristics of canine dentition, but the force required to inflict this damage exceeds anything I've seen in 30 years of forensic pathology. The radius and ulnar of the left arm show compression fractures consistent with a bite force of, conservatively, 800 to 1,000 pounds per square inch. That's substantially higher than any documented wolf or dog attack. There's also the matter of tissue consumption. The wounds show evidence of systematic feeding. Soft tissue was removed with precision, almost surgically in some areas. This isn't defensive behavior or territorial aggression. This was predation with the intent to consume. I'm also finding trace amounts of an unknown substance in the wound channels. It's organic, possibly saliva, but it's breaking down the tissue samples at an accelerated rate. I've never seen necrosis progress this rapidly post-mortem. I'm sending samples to the state lab for analysis. There's something else. Something I'm hesitant to include in the official report because I can't explain it. The bite pattern on the right forearm. When I measure the dental arcade, the spacing and structure, it's consistent with human jaw morphology. When I asked if they'd identified the animal responsible, there was a long pause. Then the examiner told me, off the record, that Umbrella Corporation's legal team had requested copies of all autopsy reports from the Arklay region. He said they're calling it an industrial contamination issue and advising against releasing findings to the public. That's them now. Third time today. I don't know what's happening in those mountains, but these victims didn't die from a normal animal attack. Whatever killed this young woman, it was stronger than anything that should exist in this ecosystem. And I have a terrible feeling we're going to see more of these cases.
Good morning, Raccoon City. You're listening to WRKC 98.5 on your FM dial. I'm Roger Thornhill, and it is a beautiful Wednesday morning. 76 degrees, sunny skies, another perfect day in the mountains. We're taking your calls this morning about the Arklay situation. 9 people are now confirmed dead. The mountain trails remain closed, and after last week's discovery of that family at the campsite, well, people have a lot of questions. So let's open up the lines. First caller, you're on the air.
Hi, Roger. This is Constance Porter. I live in Stoneville, up in the foothills.
Good morning, Constance. What's on your mind?
Well, I wanted to talk about what's been happening in my neighborhood. Over the past 3 weeks, we've had 6 pets go missing. My neighbor Sarah lost her cat. The Hendersons lost their dog. And it's not just our street. People all over Stoneville are reporting the same thing.
I hate to break it to you, Constance, but pets go missing all the time. Coyotes, maybe they wandered off, got hit by a car. It happens.
That's what I thought, too. But then last Thursday, I heard something outside my window around 2 in the morning. This sound, like heavy breathing, panting, but it didn't sound like a dog. It was deeper, rougher, wrong.
Probably a deer or an elk passing through your yard. They make strange sounds at night.
I grew up in these mountains, Roger. I know what deer sound like. This was different, and when I turned on my porch light, I saw something at the edge of my property, low to the ground, moving fast. It ran off into the trees before I could get a good look, but it was big, real big.
Could have been a bear. We've got bears in the region.
The way it moved, I don't think it was a bear. It was quick, too quick, and I heard the sound it made when it ran off, almost like growling and wheezing at the same time. Roger, I'm not the only one. Half my street has seen or heard something in the past 2 weeks. Mrs. Chen, 2 doors down. She found her garbage cans torn apart 3 days ago. Not knocked over. Torn apart. Shredded. Like something was desperate for food.
All right, Constance, I appreciate the call. Keep your doors locked at night. And call animal control. Next caller, you're on the air.
Roger. This is Mark Rutland. I need to talk about what people are saying. The rumors.
What rumors are we talking about, Mark?
About the bodies. About what's being done to them. I know a guy who works for the coroner's office. He won't talk on the record. But he told me some things. About the family they found at that campsite last week.
Mark, I'm not sure we should be discussing details of an active investigation on the air.
People are talking anyway, Roger. They deserve to know what's really happening. That family, they weren't just killed. According to what I heard, they were. They were consumed. Parts of them were missing. Internal organs gone.
The official report said the bodies were mutilated. That could mean a lot of things. Scavengers, decomposition, animal activity after death.
My source said this wasn't post-mortem scavenging. This happened as part of the attack. It's not just that family. He said at least 3 of the other victims showed similar patterns. Tissue missing. Bite marks that suggested feeding.
Mark, that's pretty disturbing. And I'm not sure how reliable second-hand information from an anonymous source is.
I'm telling you what I heard. And I'm not the only one hearing it. There's talk in the foothill towns that whatever's up there, it's not just killing people. It's eating them. And people are scared, Roger, really scared.
If a predator is killing people, it's going to feed. That's nature. Bears, mountain lions, they don't kill for sport. They kill to eat.
Then why is the coroner's office being so secretive? Why won't they release the autopsy reports? Why is Chief Irons telling the families they can't view the remains? Something's being covered up. People know it.
Or maybe, Mark, the police are trying to spare the families from disturbing details. Not everything is a conspiracy.
9 people dead in 6 weeks, Roger. 9. And we still don't have a straight answer about what's killing them. Just wild animals. That's all we get. People want the truth.
All right, Mark. Thanks for the call. And, folks, I want to remind everyone that rumors and speculation don't help anyone. The police are investigating. Let's not turn this into a panic situation. Next caller, you're on the air.
Roger. I'd rather not give my name if that's all right.
Okay, we'll keep you anonymous. What's on your mind?
I'm a delivery driver. I work for a medical supply company. We service facilities and private residences in the Arklay region.
All right, what's your story?
For the past 2 years, I've been making regular deliveries to an estate up in the northwestern mountains. Big place. Victorian mansion. Real isolated. You have to drive about 20 minutes on forest roads just to reach it.
And what are you delivering to this mansion?
That's what I wanted to talk about. Medical equipment. Lab equipment. Industrial refrigeration units. Hazmat suits. Biohazard waste containers. I mean, a lot of it. Every month. Same thing. Big shipments.
Could be someone running a private medical practice, or maybe they have a sick family member who needs specialized care.
Roger, this isn't home health care equipment. I've delivered to hospitals and clinics. This is hospital-grade stuff. Centrifuges, specimen refrigerators, equipment you'd see in a major research lab. But this is supposed to be, you know, a private residence, a mansion.
Did you ever ask who was ordering this equipment?
The invoices just have an account number, no name. Payment always clears, though, so I never ask too many questions. But the security up there, that's what really bothers me. Every time I deliver, there's guards at the gate. Not rent-a-cops. I mean serious security. Armed. Cameras everywhere. Electric fence around the whole property.
Could be a wealthy person who values their privacy. We've got a lot of rich folks who build estates in the mountains to get away from people.
Maybe. But why do you need that level of security for a private home? And here's the thing that's been bugging me. My last delivery was 3 weeks ago. Big shipment included 50 units of blood plasma, 2 industrial incinerators, and about a dozen crates marked biological samples, handled with extreme care.
Biological samples? Like what?
No idea. The crates were sealed and refrigerated. When I asked the guard at the gate what they were for, he just said, research. Wouldn't say anything else. Just signed for the delivery and sent me on my way.
Research. So maybe it is some kind of private laboratory. Some eccentric millionaire doing their own experiments.
In a Victorian mansion in the middle of the forest? With armed guards and biohazard protocols. Roger, I've been driving these mountain roads for years. I know every estate up there. This place, it's different. It doesn't feel right.
What do you mean? It doesn't feel right.
Hard to explain. The place is beautiful, well maintained, but it's too quiet. I never see anyone except the guards. Never hear anything. No lights on in most of the windows. It's like the mansion is there, but nobody actually lives in it. It's just storage or something.
Storage for what?
That's what I'd like to know. Look, I'm not saying anything illegal is happening. I'm just saying it's weird. You don't deliver that much medical equipment to a place unless something serious is going on. And this estate, it's right in the middle of where all these deaths have been happening.
You think the two things are connected?
I don't know, maybe not. All I know is I've been delivering industrial quantities of laboratory equipment to a mansion in the restricted zone for 2 years. And now people are dying up there. Seems like someone should ask what's going on in that building.
Have you reported this to anyone? Police? Forest Service?
I called the non-emergency line last week, told them what I've been delivering and where. They said they'd look into it. Haven't heard back. And honestly, I'm a little nervous about pushing it. Whoever owns that place, they've got money and security. I don't want to cause trouble.
If you genuinely think something dangerous is happening, you should follow up with the police.
I'm just putting it out there. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's all perfectly innocent. But if I were the police, I'd want to know about a place receiving blood plasma and biohazard equipment in the middle of an area where people keep dying. That's all I'm saying.
All right, we appreciate you calling. And folks, before anyone starts jumping to conclusions, conducting private research is not illegal. People have the right to own property and run laboratories if they want to. That said, if anyone has information about illegal activity or public safety concerns, report it to the proper authorities. Call the police, call the Forest Service, they'll investigate. We're going to wrap up the call-in segment here. To summarize what we've heard this morning, pets are going missing in foothill communities. There are disturbing rumors about the condition of the victims' bodies, and there are questions being raised about unusual activity in the Arklay region. The Forest Service has closed the trails. That's the right move. If you live in the foothill areas and you're concerned about safety, take precautions. Lock your doors at night, keep your pets indoors, call the police if you see anything unusual. But let's not panic. Let's not spread unverified rumors, and let's not assume the worst without evidence. We live in a beautiful part of the country. We respect these mountains. We take precautions. And we trust the authorities to keep us safe. I'm Roger Thornhill. Thanks for listening this morning. WRKC will continue to monitor the Arklay situation and bring you updates as they become available. Coming up next, the Top 40 Countdown. Stay with us.
Good evening, I'm Jack Baker. The crisis in the Arklay Mountains continues to escalate tonight. 3 more bodies were discovered over the weekend, bringing the confirmed death toll to 12. An additional 6 people remain missing, and authorities are now facing mounting public anger over what many are calling an inadequate response. Hundreds of residents gathered outside City Hall this afternoon demanding immediate action. Peter Walken was there. Peter.
Jack, I've covered a lot of city council meetings, a lot of public forums, but I've never seen anything like what happened here today. The crowd, easily 300 people, maybe more, they were angry. Families of the missing holding photographs. Residents from the foothill communities demanding to know why this has been allowed to continue for over a month. One man stood up during the open comment period, and he was holding a picture of his daughter. She's been missing for 2 weeks. He said, "My daughter went hiking on June 14th, 2 weeks. And you're telling me you still don't know what's killing people up there. What are you waiting for?" The mayor, Michael Warren, he tried to respond, talked about resource allocation and coordination with state agencies. He was shouted down. People aren't buying the official explanations anymore.
What did the mayor say specifically about the delay?
He said, and I'm reading from my notes here, "We take public safety extremely seriously. The decision to deploy S.T.A.R.S requires careful planning and coordination. We don't want to send our officers into danger without proper preparation." Someone in the crowd yelled, "What about the hikers? What about the Lindsays?" It got heated. Security had to step in at one point. Chief Irons was also there. He didn't speak, just sat at the table looking, I don't know, uncomfortable. When reporters tried to question him after the meeting, he left through a side exit.
Peter, stay with us. Lisa Fremont has been monitoring the situation from the air. Lisa?
Jack, I'm over the Arklay region right now, and I have to tell you, it's eerie. I'm looking down at what should be prime camping season, and the entire area is deserted. There are at least 6 campgrounds visible from my position, and I'm not seeing a single person. No cars in the parking areas, no tents, nothing. Some of these sites, it looks like people left in a hurry. I can see what appears to be abandoned equipment at one of the larger campgrounds near Clear Lake. I'm also seeing more law enforcement presence than we reported last week. There are roadblocks on every access road I can see. Some of them have what look like National Guard vehicles positioned nearby. Back to you.
Lisa Fremont reporting from above the Arklay Mountains. Peter Walken spoke with several families who are evacuating from towns near the mountains. Peter?
Jack, I'm in Cedar Grove right now. And this is a town that had a population of about 800 people 3 weeks ago. Some of them are not sticking around to see what happens. I spoke with a family who's been packing up their house for the past 2 days. They've lived here for 12 years, and they're leaving everything behind. The father told me, "We're not waiting around to be number 13. The thing that struck me most, Jack, is that these aren't panicked people. They're calm, methodical even. They've made a rational decision that whatever's happening here, the authorities either can't stop it or won't stop it, and they're not going to wait around to find out which."
Are they getting any assistance from the city or county?
No. And that's part of the frustration. There's no official evacuation order, so there's no support for people who are leaving. They're on their own. One woman told me she called the mayor's office asking if there were any shelters or relocation assistance. She was told there is no evacuation in effect. You're free to leave if you choose. That's it. No help, no resources, just you're free to leave.
Peter Walken in Cedar Grove. To recap tonight's developments, the death toll in the Arklay Mountains now stands at 12 confirmed victims, with 6 still missing. Hundreds of residents protested outside City Hall today, demanding immediate action from authorities. The Arklay region remains closed to all recreational activities, and residents of foothill communities continue to evacuate despite no official order. We'll continue following this story. I'm Jack Baker. Good night.
I'm recording this because, honestly, I don't know who else to tell. My name is Marcus Coen. I'm on the night janitorial staff at the Umbrella Arklay Research Facility, and I think something really bad is happening here. I've been cleaning this building for 2 years. It's a good job, pays well. They tell us not to ask questions about what goes on in the labs, just clean up and go home, and that's been fine. I don't care what kind of medicine they're making, that's their business. But the last 3 nights, things have been different. Monday night, May 11th, they called us in early, told us there'd been an accident in the basement lab and we needed to do emergency sanitation. They gave us hazmat suits, the full body kind with the respirators, said there was a chemical spill and we needed to clean it up before morning shift. When I got down to B3 level, There was blood everywhere. Not just a little. The hallway was covered in it, smeared on the walls, pooled on the floor, and it was still wet, fresh. I asked my supervisor what happened. He said a lab animal got loose and they had to put it down. But I've cleaned up after animal testing before, and this wasn't that. There was too much blood for one animal. And the pattern, it looked like something had been dragged down the hallway, like a person. Tuesday night, May 12th, I was cleaning the main research wing. 3rd floor. I found a locked door that I'd never seen locked before. Storage closet, usually empty except for old equipment, but there was a smell coming from under the door. Rot, decay, like something died in there. I radioed security. They told me to stay away from that door and continue my rounds. When I came back an hour later, the door was open and the closet was empty, but the smell was still there. Tonight, May 13th, I was cleaning the employee break room on B level. Someone had left a half-eaten sandwich on the table. There were bite marks in it, and there was blood on the bread, fresh blood. I threw it away and sanitized the table, but when I took the trash to the incinerator, I saw something in the disposal bin, biohazard bags, at least 20 of them. They were marked with red tags, the kind they use for contaminated materials. I looked in one of them. I know I wasn't supposed to, but I looked. It was clothes, a lab coat with a name tag, Scott. I know Scott, he works maintenance. We eat lunch together sometimes. The coat was shredded, torn apart, and it was covered in blood and something else, something that looked like tissue. I found my supervisor and showed him. He took the bag from me, told me Scott had quit yesterday and left his uniform, said I was seeing things that weren't there and maybe I needed to take a few days off. But Scott's car is still in the parking lot. I walked past it on my way in tonight. I'm going to finish my shift and then I'm leaving. I don't care if they fire me. Whatever's going on in this facility, whatever they're covering up, I don't want any part of it. I've got a wife and 2 kids at home. This job isn't worth dying for. Someone's coming. I need to go.
Hey there, folks. Robert Kendo here, owner of Kendo Gun Shop on the corner of 5th and Enterdale in downtown Raccoon City. Whether you're a hunter heading up to the Arklay Mountains, a target shooter, or just someone who believes in their Second Amendment rights, we've got what you need. We carry everything from your basic 9mm handguns to custom modified shotguns. We do repairs, modifications, and I personally test every weapon that goes out my door. 22 years in business, serving Raccoon City's finest. Licensed, bonded, and we work with local law enforcement. Kendo Gun Shop, corner of 5th and Enterdale. When you need reliability, you need Kendo. Open Monday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Good evening, I'm Jack Baker. In a dramatic escalation of the ongoing Arklay Mountains crisis, city and county officials announced this afternoon a total blockade of all vehicular access roads leading into the region. The decision comes after 6 weeks of escalating violence that has claimed at least 12 lives. Authorities also confirmed tonight that the Special Tactics and Rescue Service, S.T.A.R.S, will be deployed to investigate the source of the attacks. Peter Walken is at one of the newly established checkpoints. Peter?
Jack, I'm on Route 12 at what is now a hard barricade. Behind me, you can see concrete barriers, police vehicles, and armed officers turning away anyone attempting to enter the Arklay region. This is no longer just trail closures. This is a complete lockdown. I've been here for about 3 hours now, and I've watched at least 24 vehicles get turned away. Some of them are families of the missing, people who are desperate to search for their loved ones. They're being told the area is closed for public safety, no exceptions. One woman, she drove up about an hour ago. Her son has been missing since June 23rd. She was pleading with the officers to let her through, told them she just wanted to look, just wanted to search the trails he usually hiked. They wouldn't budge. The officer at the checkpoint told me they have orders to prevent all civilian access, no matter the circumstances. When I asked him how long the blockade would remain in effect, he said, until the situation is resolved.
Peter, what about the S.T.A.R.S deployment? What are you hearing about that?
That's the question everyone's asking, and the answers are, well, they're vague. The official announcement came from Chief Irons' office this afternoon. S.T.A.R.S will be deployed to conduct a comprehensive search and investigation of the Arklay region. But here's the thing. There's no timeline. When I pressed officers here about when the team would actually go in, they said they didn't know. One officer said, off the record, that the team is still in the planning stages. That's causing a lot of frustration. People are saying, you've blocked the roads, you've announced the deployment, so why aren't they going in now?
Alyssa Ashcroft has been looking into that question. Alyssa?
Jack, I spoke with Lieutenant Marvin Branna at RPD headquarters this afternoon. He's not part of the S.T.A.R.S unit, but he works closely with them. I asked him directly, why the delay? He told me, S.T.A.R.S. Operations require extensive planning. You don't send officers into an unknown situation without proper reconnaissance and resource allocation. That sounds reasonable on the surface, but when I asked how long that planning phase would take, he couldn't give me an answer. Said it depends on operational considerations. I also reached out to the mayor's office. Mayor Warren released a statement saying the city is taking every precaution to ensure the safety of our elite officers while addressing this ongoing threat. Again, no timeline, no specifics. What I'm hearing from sources within the department, and these are off-the-record conversations, is that there's debate about how to approach this. Some officers want to go in immediately. Others are saying they need more information about what they're dealing with before risking S.T.A.R.S members.
So we have a blockade in place, a team ready to deploy, but no action yet?
That's correct. And I have to tell you, the families of the missing are furious about this. I attended a meeting this evening where about 40 family members gathered at a church in Stoneville. They're talking about organizing their own search parties, blockade or no blockade. One father stood up and said they've had 6 weeks to figure this out. How much more planning do they need while our children are out there?
Jack, I'm in Cedar Grove right now, and this is a town that had a population of about 800 people 3 weeks ago. I spoke with a family who's been packing up their house for the past 2 days. They've lived here for 12 years, and they're leaving everything behind. The father told me, we're not waiting around to be number 13. The thing that struck me most, Jack, is that these aren't panicked people. They're calm. They've made a rational decision that whatever's happening here, the authorities either can't stop it or won't stop it, and they're not going to wait around to find out which.
Are they getting any assistance from the city or county?
No, and that's part of the frustration. There's no official evacuation order, so there's no support for people who are leaving. They're on their own. One woman told me she called the mayor's office asking if there were any shelters or relocation assistance. She was told there is no evacuation in effect. You're free to leave if you choose. That's it. No help, no resources, just you're free to leave.
Lisa, we're being waved off. Police helicopter approaching.
To recap tonight's developments, the Arklay Mountains are now under complete blockade with all civilian access prohibited. S.T.A.R.S deployment has been announced, but no timeline has been provided. And residents of foothill communities continue to evacuate despite no official order or assistance. We'll continue following this story. We'll be back with updates throughout the evening. I'm Jack Baker.
This weekend at Raccoon City's Uptown Cinema, 7 screens, stadium seating, and digital surround sound. We're showing all the summer's biggest hits. Bring the family for our Saturday matinee special. Kids under 12 get in for just $3 before 3 p.m. Check out our new arcade in the lobby, and don't forget our famous buttered popcorn. Coming soon, we're getting the latest releases before anywhere else in the region. Advanced tickets available at the box office or by phone. Uptown Cinema also hosts private screenings and corporate events. Call us for group rates. Uptown Cinema, corner of Ennerdale and 4th Street in downtown Raccoon City. Box office opens at noon daily. For showtimes, call 555-FILMS.
We're interrupting our regular programming with breaking news. Raccoon City police have confirmed that a military police transport lost contact last night in the Arklay Mountains. The transport was carrying a prisoner identified as Billy Coen, a 26-year-old former Marine lieutenant. Both the prisoner and 2 MP officers are now missing. Peter Walken has details. Peter?
Jack, I'm at RPD headquarters where Chief Irons just concluded a very brief press conference. According to police, contact was lost with an MP transport traveling through the Arklay region last night around 9 p.m. The transport was carrying Billy Coen from Dunell Marine Base to Regarthen Base. Coen was being transferred for, and this is significant, he was being transferred for execution. He was convicted by court-martial for the massacre of 23 civilians during a mission in Africa. He's maintained his innocence, claims he was framed, but the military court sentenced him to death. Now, both Coen and the 2 MP officers transporting him are missing in the Arklay Mountains.
Do police believe Coen is responsible for what happened?
Chief Irons was careful not to make accusations. He said, "We don't know what happened to the transport. Billy Coen is an escaped prisoner and extremely dangerous. We cannot rule out his involvement in recent incidents. What's significant here is that this gives authorities a concrete suspect. For 2 months, we've had theories, animal attacks, cult activity, but now there's a name, a face, a convicted killer on the run."
What's the status of the search?
Chief Irons announced that S.T.A.R.S Bravo team will be deployed immediately to locate Coen and search for the missing MP officers. He said, "This changes the situation. We now have a confirmed dangerous individual in the Arklay region. We're deploying our best people." So after 2 weeks of delays, this is apparently what it took to get S.T.A.R.S into the mountains. A missing prisoner transport.
When will they deploy?
Tonight. Bravo team is being briefed now and will enter the region after nightfall.
Peter Walken at RPD headquarters. To recap, a military police transport carrying convicted murderer Billy Coen lost contact in the Arklay Mountains last night. Coen and 2 MP officers are missing. S.T.A.R.S Bravo team will deploy tonight to locate them. This is in addition to the ongoing investigation into 12 confirmed deaths and 6 missing persons in the same region. We'll continue to follow this story throughout the evening. For now, authorities are urging anyone with information about Billy Coen's whereabouts to contact police immediately. Do not approach him. He is considered armed and extremely dangerous. I'm Jack Baker. We'll have continuing coverage as this situation develops. Good evening, I'm Jack Baker. We begin tonight with an alarming development in the Arklay Mountains crisis. S.T.A.R.S Bravo team, which deployed last night to locate escaped prisoner Billy Coen and to investigate the ongoing attacks, has lost contact with Raccoon City Police Department headquarters. The 6-member team's last transmission was received at approximately 10 p.m. last night. Since then, silence. This morning, S.T.A.R.S Alpha team was deployed on a rescue operation. Peter Walken is at the staging area. Peter.
Jack, I'm at the checkpoint on Route 12 where Alpha Team departed about 90 minutes ago. The atmosphere here is, well, it's tense. You've got RPD units, state police, everyone waiting for word from the mountains. What we know is this. Bravo Team deployed last night around 8:30 p.m. Their mission was to locate Billy Coen and investigate the recent attacks in the Arklay region. The team consisted of 6 members, Captain Enrico Marini leading, along with Edward Dewey, Kenneth Sullivan, Richard Aiken, Forrest Spire, and Rebecca Chambers. Their last radio contact with headquarters came at approximately 10 p.m. According to sources I've spoken with, the transmission was brief. Captain Marini reported they'd found something, and then nothing. Communications went dead.
What do authorities think happened?
They're not saying publicly. But I spoke with Lieutenant Marvin Brana about an hour ago, and he's clearly concerned. He told me Bravo team doesn't just go silent. These are experienced officers with backup communication systems. Something's wrong. Chief Irons held a brief statement this morning saying, "We are treating this as a potential emergency situation. Alpha team has been dispatched to locate Bravo team and provide assistance if needed." When reporters asked if this was related to the Billy Coen manhunt or something else, Irons said, "All possibilities are being investigated."
Alyssa Ashcroft has been looking into another discovery made overnight. Alyssa.
Jack, this adds another layer to an already complicated situation. Early this morning, around 6 a.m., state police discovered a derailed train about 8 miles into the Arklay region. The train is identified as the Ecliptic Express, a private transport that runs between facilities in the mountain region. According to sources, the train appears to have derailed sometime last night, possibly around the same time Bravo team lost contact. Now, here's what makes this relevant. The train was found abandoned. No crew, no passengers, just empty. And according to one officer who was on scene early this morning, there are signs of, his words, extreme violence inside the train cars.
Violence? What kind of violence?
The officer wouldn't go into detail, said the scene is still being processed. But he did say there was blood, a lot of it, and the interior of at least one car was torn apart. I reached out to the company that operates the Ecliptic Express. They confirmed the train was scheduled to run last night, but failed to arrive at its destination. When I asked if they knew what cargo or passengers were on board, they referred me to their legal department and declined further comment.
Do authorities think this is connected to the Bravo team situation?
They're not making that connection officially, but the timing it's hard to ignore. The train derails around the same time Bravo team goes silent, both in the same general area of the mountains. And now you have Alpha team searching for Bravo team in a region where a train full of people has just disappeared.
Peter, what's the mood at the staging area?
Grim Jack. I've been talking to officers who know the Bravo team members personally. These aren't rookies we're talking about. Edward Dewey was a sniper. Kenneth Sullivan is a chemist and field specialist. Captain Marini has 15 years of experience. One officer told me, if Bravo team can't handle whatever's out there, I don't know who can. There's also growing concern about Alpha team now. You've got both of Raccoon City's elite units in the mountains, and one of them has already gone silent. Lieutenant Branna told me they're maintaining constant radio contact with Alpha Team, checking in every 15 minutes. He said, "We're not losing another team."
What about the Billy Coen manhunt? Is that still the primary focus?
Officially, yes. Chief Irons' statement this morning reiterated that Coen is an armed and dangerous escaped prisoner. But when I asked officers on the ground if they really think one man is responsible for all of this, the derailed train, Bravo team going silent, I got skeptical looks. One officer said, "I don't care how well trained Coen is, one guy doesn't derail a train and make an entire S.T.A.R.S team disappear."
Alyssa, you mentioned the Ecliptic Express is a private transport. Who operates it?
That's where things get interesting, Jack. The train is owned and operated by a subsidiary of Umbrella Corporation. It runs between their research facilities in the mountains, transporting personnel and materials. Now, this is the first time we've mentioned Umbrella in connection with these incidents, but it's worth noting they have a significant presence in the Arklay region, multiple facilities, and apparently their own private rail system. When I contacted Umbrella's public relations office for comment on the derailment, they issued a brief statement saying, "We are cooperating fully with law enforcement. This appears to be an unfortunate accident, and our thoughts are with any affected personnel."
We're going to take a brief break. When we come back, we'll have more on the search for Bravo team and the investigation into the Ecliptic Express derailment. Stay with us.
Raccoon PD dispatch. This is S.T.A.R.S Alpha Team. We are en route to last known position of Bravo Team. ETA to landing zone. 5 minutes.
Copy that. Alpha Team, Bravo Team, last transmitted from coordinates near the Spencer Estate. Proceed with caution.
Roger that. Dispatch. I'm seeing the restricted airspace markers now. Visibility is getting poor. Sun's going down fast. Wait, I've got visual on Bravo Team's helicopter. It's down in a clearing about 200 yards ahead. Setting her down nearby.
Copy, Alpha Team. Report status once on the ground.
Understood. Touching down now. Alpha Team is deploying.
Alpha Team, exercise extreme caution. We don't know what happened to Bravo Team.
Maintain radio contact at all times.
Yes, sir. Alpha Team is on the ground, beginning search of the area. Bravo Team's helicopter appears abandoned. Wait, they report that the body of Officer Kevin Dooley is in the chopper. He's dead, sir. What, throat ripped out? No sign of the rest of Bravo Team. What's going on out here? Hold on. There's something in the tree line. Movement. Lots of movement. Captain Wesker is signaling the team to investigate. Wait, what the hell is that? Dog? Oh, God, they're attacking! Dispatch. Alpha Team is under attack. I repeat, under attack. Some kind of dogs, but they're not right. They're not acting natural.
Alpha Team, clarify. What is attacking you?
I don't know. They look dead, but they're moving. There's got to be at least 8 or 10 of them. They're everywhere. The team is scattering. I have to take off. I can't stay on the ground.
Brad, do not abandon your team. Alpha Team, respond.
I'm taking off. I'll circle back. I'll come back for them. There's too many. They're swarming the helicopter. I'm airborne. The team is running toward that mansion. The big estate. They're heading inside.
Alpha Team ground. Report. Captain Whisker, respond. Anyone, report.
I lost visual. They went inside the mansion. I'm circling, but I can't see them. Those things are still down there. Dozens of them now.
Brad, get back there. You're their only extraction.
Sir, I can't land. There are too many of those things. If I go down, we lose the helicopter and any chance of extraction. I'm staying airborne.
All units, we have lost contact with S.T.A.R.S Alpha Team ground element in the Arklay region. Last known position is the Spencer Estate. Repeat, Alpha Team is not responding. Keep trying to raise them. Brad, maintain position over that area. Do not return to base until we have contact.
Yes, sir. Stand on station. But I'm telling you, something is very wrong out here. Those dogs, they weren't natural. And I think I saw people moving in the forest, moving the same way. Wrong.
Alpha Team, this is dispatch. Respond on any channel. Alpha Team ground. Please respond. Still no response from ground element. Bravo Team remains missing. Alpha Team is now missing as well. Chief, what are your orders? Maintain radio watch. Brad, stay on station until you're low on fuel, then return to base. We'll organize a larger search party at first light.
Roger that. But sir, I don't think a larger search party is a good idea. Whatever's out here, it's dangerous. It's not wildlife, it's something else.
Noted. Just stay on station and keep trying to raise your team.
Copy. Alpha 1 airborne. Maintaining overwatch. But I'm not liking what I'm seeing down there. Not one bit.
We're back with continuing coverage of the crisis in the Arklay Mountains. To recap, S.T.A.R.S Bravo Team lost contact with headquarters last night at approximately 10 p.m. Alpha Team deployed this morning on a rescue mission, and a train operated by Umbrella Corporation was found derailed and abandoned with signs of violence inside. Peter, have you heard anything new from the field?
Nothing concrete yet, Jack. Alpha Team is maintaining radio contact, but they're not releasing details about what they're finding. Lieutenant Bernard confirmed they've reached the site of Bravo Team's helicopter and are now tracking their movements through the forest. What's concerning is that Bravo Team's helicopter appears to have made an emergency landing. The pilot, who was not a S.T.A.R.S member but an RPD reserve pilot, was found deceased in the cockpit. This information is coming from police dispatch radio we intercepted.
So we have the pilot dead, 6 Bravo Team members missing, a derailed train with signs of violence, and all of this happening in the same area last night?
That's correct. And now you have Alpha Team, 6 more officers, in the same area trying to find their colleagues. The longer this goes without contact from Bravo Team, the more people here are fearing the worst.
Alyssa, final thoughts on what we're looking at here?
Jack, we've gone from investigating animal attacks to searching for 12 missing civilians to hunting an escaped prisoner, and now we have 2 elite police units in the mountains with one of them missing. Add to that a derailed train with signs of violence, and I think we're looking at something much bigger than authorities are admitting. The fact that Umbrella Corporation keeps appearing in connection with these incidents, their facilities, their train, their presence throughout this region, that's something that needs to be investigated.
To recap tonight's developing story, S.T.A.R.S Bravo Team has been missing for over 12 hours after losing contact during a search operation. Alpha Team is now in the mountains attempting to locate their colleagues. A train operated by Umbrella Corporation was found derailed with signs of violence on board, and the pilot of Bravo Team's helicopter was found dead at the landing site. We will continue monitoring this situation throughout the night. Our thoughts are with the families of the Bravo Team members and with Alpha Team as they conduct this dangerous rescue operation. I'm Jack Baker. We'll have updates as they become available. Good night.
Looking for a place to unwind after a long day? Jay's Bar, right here in downtown Raccoon City. We're the spot where off-duty cops, hospital staff, and regular folks come to leave the stress behind. Cold beer, strong drinks, and we don't ask too many questions. You want to watch the game? We got it on. You want to sit quietly in the corner? That's fine too. Jay's Bar has been serving Raccoon City for 15 years. We've seen it all, we've heard it all, and we're still here pouring drinks. Jay's Bar, where everybody knows your drink order. Open till 2 a.m. every night. Look for the neon sign on Ennerdale Street.
All right, people. Harry Road here on Liberty Underground Radio. If you're listening to this, you already know the mainstream media isn't telling you the whole story. They never do. But tonight we're going to connect some dots that the Raccoon City establishment doesn't want connected. 2 S.T.A.R.S teams, 2 elite tactical units, trained professionals, the best of the best. They go into the Arklay Mountains, and what happens? They vanish. Poof, gone. And what's the official story from Police Chief Brian Irons? Communication difficulties, equipment failure, bad weather. Bull, total bull. You don't lose 2 entire teams because of bad cell phone reception. People, these are professionals with military-grade radio equipment, multiple redundant communication systems, and they all fail at the same time? Come on, use your brain. So let's talk about what's really up there in those mountains. Umbrella Corporation, you know the name? Big pharmaceutical company, biggest employer in the region. They've got a research facility up there. Everyone knows it. It's not a secret. But what are they researching? Official story, medicine, vaccines, life-saving drugs. Unofficial story, classified government contracts, black budget projects, bioweapons development. And before you call me crazy, before you turn off the radio, ask yourself this: why does a pharmaceutical company need a facility in the middle of nowhere? Why the armed security? Why the restricted airspace? Let's go back 3 months. May. Remember the strange animal attacks? Hikers going missing? Campers not coming back? Bodies found with bizarre bike patterns? The Forest Service said it was bears, rabid wildlife, natural causes. I talked to someone who used to work security at one of these facilities. He wouldn't give me his name, but you know what he told me. Those weren't animal attack patterns. The bite marks were wrong. The behavior was wrong. Something up there was hunting people. Then June, more attacks, more missing persons. The restricted zone gets bigger, more military vehicles in the area. July, Bravo team goes up there to investigate. The elite tactical unit, they find something. We know they find something because they send a distress call, then silence, gone. So they send Alpha team, more elite professionals. And what happens? Same thing, under attack within minutes of landing. Brad Vickers, the pilot, he abandons his team and flies away. Now, I'm not judging the man. He saw something that scared him so badly he broke every rule in the book and left his team behind. What could do that to a trained S.T.A.R.S pilot? And then last night, boom, massive explosion in the Arklay region. Seismic monitors registered it. People heard it 20 miles away. Official story, controlled burn, fire prevention. But I've got sources at the FD saying that was ordnance. Military-grade explosives. Someone blew something up, blew it up big. What were they destroying? What were they covering up? Here's what I think is happening. Umbrella has government contracts for bioweapon development. Yes, bioweapons, weaponized diseases, engineered viruses, stuff that makes anthrax look like the common cold. They're testing it up there in those mountains, testing it on animals, maybe testing it on other things too. Something went wrong. The test subjects got loose, started attacking people, started spreading whatever they were infected with. S.T.A.R.S goes up there, finds evidence of what Umbrella's really doing, and now they're being silenced. The explosion, that was Umbrella destroying the evidence, burning the lab, covering their tracks. And Chief Irons, he's in on it. Campaign contribution records are public. People, look them up. Umbrella donates heavily to his election campaigns. He's on their payroll. That's why he's stonewalling the investigation. That's why he's calling the survivors crazy. That's why he won't let anyone get close to what's really happening up there. Mayor Michael Warren, too. Same thing. Umbrella owns him. They donate to his campaigns. They employ 10,000 people in this region. That's economic power. That's political leverage. Warren won't bite the hand that feeds the city, even if that hand is covered in blood. So what do? First, stay away from the Arklay Mountains. Whatever's up there killed or captured 2 teams of elite tactical operators. You're not equipped to deal with that. Nobody is. Second, don't drink the municipal water. I know that sounds paranoid, but if Umbrella's working with biological agents, contamination is a real risk. Stick to bottled water until we know more. Third, stockpile supplies, non-perishable food, first aid supplies, batteries. If whatever's in those mountains gets out, if it spreads beyond the containment zone, you need to be ready to shelter in place. The government's not going to help you. Umbrella's going to cover it up. You're on your own. And fourth, spread the word. They're going to try to bury this. They're already spinning the narrative. Animal attacks, equipment failures, tragic accidents. Don't believe it. Something is very wrong in the Arklay Mountains. Something is being covered up, and the people in power are lying to you about it. The S.T.A.R.S survivors are going to come back. If they come back, when they do, listen to what they say. The establishment is going to call them crazy, call them traumatized, dismiss their testimony. Don't fall for it. These are trained professionals. They know what they saw. They know what's up there, and they're going to tell the truth. Umbrella Corporation is not your friend. The government is not protecting you. Connect the dots, people. Bioweapon research, missing teams, massive explosion, cover up at the highest levels. This is not a conspiracy theory. This is conspiracy fact, and it's happening right here in Raccoon City. I'm Harry Road, Liberty Underground Radio. Stay vigilant, stay prepared, and whatever you do, stay the hell out of the Arklay Mountains. We'll be back tomorrow night with more truth the mainstream media won't tell you. Until then, keep your eyes open and your mind sharp. They're counting on you to stay asleep. Don't give them the satisfaction.
Good evening, I'm Jack Baker. In a dramatic and disturbing conclusion to the crisis in the Arklay Mountains, 4 members of the Raccoon City S.T.A.R.S unit returned late last night. 7 of their teammates are confirmed dead. But it's what the survivors are saying about their experience that has authorities scrambling to control the narrative. The survivors claim they encountered biological weapons and experiments conducted by Umbrella Corporation. Officials are dismissing these statements as the result of extreme trauma. Peter Walken has been following this story. Peter?
Jack, I'm outside Raccoon General Hospital, where the 4 survivors were brought for treatment and evaluation late last night. They were released early this morning and have refused all media requests for interviews. Let me start with the casualties. From Bravo Team, we've lost Edward Dewey, Forrest Spire, Kenneth Sullivan, Richard Aiken, and Captain Enrico Marini. The team's pilot, Kevin Dooley, an RPD reserve officer, was also killed. From Alpha Team, Joseph Frost was killed during the initial deployment, and S.T.A.R.S commander Albert Wesker is confirmed dead. That's 8 officers lost in 3 days, Jack. 8. The 4 survivors are Chris Redfield, Jill Valentine, Barry Burton, and Rebecca Chambers. There's also a 5th survivor, Brad Vickers, the Alpha Team pilot who extracted the survivors from the area.
Peter, what are the survivors saying happened out there?
They're not talking to the press, but their official statements to the police department have been leaked. And Jack, what they're describing, it doesn't sound like anything we've been covering for the past 2 months. According to the leaked statements, the teams encountered what they're calling, quote, bioorganic weapons, creatures. Not wild animals, not a cult, not Billy Coen. They're saying these were created, engineered by Umbrella Corporation at a facility in the mountains. I spoke with a hospital security guard who was on duty when the survivors arrived. He overheard them talking to each other in the emergency room. He said one of them mentioned the mansion, and another was saying something about needing to warn people that it's not over. The guard also said he heard one of them, the male officer, saying something about the dead walking around. At first he thought he misheard, but another survivor confirmed it, said they saw people who should have been dead moving, attacking.
A mansion? What mansion?
According to the leaked statements, there's a large estate in the Arklay Mountains that served as a cover for an underground Umbrella research laboratory. The survivors claim that's where the biological weapons were being developed, and that's where their teammates were killed. Now, Chief Irons held a press conference this afternoon, and he was very clear about how the department views these claims.
What did he say?
He called it a tragic accident. When reporters asked about the biological weapons claims, he said the survivors experienced extreme trauma. Their statements are being evaluated in that context. We do not give credence to every claim made under duress. But here's the thing, Jack. I spoke with Lieutenant Marvin Branagh after the press conference. He's not part of S.T.A.R.S, but he works closely with them. And he told me these are trained observers. They don't panic. They don't make things up. If they're saying they saw something, they saw something.
Elisa Ashcroft has been investigating the Umbrella connection. Elisa.
Jack, this is where the story gets complicated and, frankly, dangerous for this station to report. Umbrella Corporation is the largest employer in this region. They have significant political influence and, as we've already seen, their legal team is extremely aggressive. But the survivors are making specific allegations. According to the leaked statements, they claim Umbrella has been conducting illegal bioweapons research at a facility disguised as a mansion in the Arklay Mountains. They describe encountering what they call reanimated human corpses, infected animals, and other creatures they believe were engineered. Now, I reached out to Umbrella's public relations office this morning. Their response was brief and, well, threatening. Umbrella Corporation conducts legitimate pharmaceutical research in full compliance with all federal regulations. Any claims to the contrary are defamatory and will be met with appropriate legal action.
Have you been able to verify any of this?
Here's what I can confirm. There was a massive explosion in the northwestern sector of the Arklay Mountains on the night of July 24th. Multiple witnesses saw it, including our own Lisa Fremont from the air. The official explanation is that it was a controlled burn of hazardous materials. But the survivors claim that explosion was the destruction of the Umbrella facility, that it was a self-destruct sequence triggered to destroy evidence. I also spoke with former Umbrella employees off the record. One told me that security at the mountain facilities was paramilitary level, armed guards, restricted access zones, the kind of security you'd expect at a weapons facility, not a pharmaceutical lab.
Dr. Peyton Wells examined these survivors when they arrived at the hospital. Dr. Wells, what can you tell us?
I examined all 4 survivors when they were brought in. Their injuries were consistent with combat, lacerations, contusions, signs of extreme physical exertion and stress. One of the survivors, the young woman, Rebecca Chambers, she had a bite wound, not a human bite, an animal bite. But when I asked her what kind of animal, she said it looked like a monkey, but it was wrong. Sick.
A monkey?
That's what she said. And the wound, it showed signs of infection that I couldn't identify. I treated it with broad-spectrum antibiotics and antivirals, but honestly, I was working blind.
Dr. Wells, we've discussed your previous work with Umbrella. Given what you're seeing now, do you believe the survivors?
5 years ago, Umbrella hired me to develop containment protocols for biological hazards. They asked me to model outbreak scenarios, infection spread patterns, quarantine procedures. At the time, I thought it was responsible corporate planning. Now, I'm looking at 4 people who were exposed to unknown biological compounds in an area where Umbrella operates multiple facilities. I'm looking at 12 dead civilians from the past 2 months, 8 dead police officers from the past 3 days, all with injuries that don't match known animal behavior. Do I believe the survivors? Yes. I think something was being developed in those mountains, and I think it got out.
Alyssa, what's the public reaction?
Jack, there's anger, a lot of anger. About 200 people gathered outside City Hall this afternoon demanding answers. Families of the victims, families of the dead, S.T.A.R.S members, residents from the foothill communities. Mayor Michael Warren came out to address the crowd, and, well, it did not go well. He defended Umbrella, said they employ over 10,000 people in this region, that we cannot jeopardize our economic backbone based on unverified allegations. People started shouting. One woman was holding a photograph of her brother. She said he was part of Bravo team, that he's dead now, and the mayor is protecting the company that killed him. Mayor Warren tried to continue, said something about waiting for the official investigation, but he was drowned out. Security eventually escorted him back inside.
Peter, where are the survivors now?
That's complicated, Jack. They're still in the city, but they're not cooperating with the official investigation anymore. According to Lieutenant Branagh, Chris Redfield has been trying to get Chief Irons to take action against Umbrella, but he's being stonewalled. I spoke with a source inside the department who told me the survivors are furious and frustrated. They know what they saw, they know what killed their teammates, and nobody in authority is listening. The source said Chris Redfield confronted Chief Irons directly, demanding a full investigation of Umbrella's facilities. Irons' response was, "The case is closed. Move on."
The case is closed?
That's what Irons told him. The official ruling is accident. The Arklay Mountain's investigation is being shut down. No charges, no further inquiry, nothing.
We need to take a brief break. When we come back, we'll discuss what happens next.
Hey, Raccoon City. This is Tony at Moon's Donuts. We've been serving cops, night shift workers, and early risers for 23 years. Fresh coffee, hot donuts made every morning at 4 a.m., and the best breakfast sandwiches in the city. If you see our boxes at the RPD station, at the hospital, or at the fire department, you know they're eating good. Open 24 hours because somebody's always working late or starting early. Moon's Donuts, 2 locations, one on Prospect Street, one near the police station on Fisson. Come see us. Tell them Tony sent you.
We're back. Alyssa, you mentioned Umbrella's legal threats. Is this station facing pressure?
Yes. Within an hour of our broadcast yesterday, we received a letter from Umbrella's legal counsel. They're threatening a defamation lawsuit if we continue to spread unsubstantiated and malicious allegations.
I also reached out to other journalists who've been covering this story. Ben Bertolucci, a freelance investigative reporter who's been looking into Umbrella for months, he told me he's received similar threats. He's continuing his investigation anyway.
What about the federal government? Has there been any federal response?
Nothing public. I've reached out to the FBI, the CDC, federal agencies that should be investigating claims of illegal bioweapons research. All of them have declined to comment or referred me back to local authorities. It's as if this never happened.
Peter, final question. What's next for the survivors?
I don't know, Jack. They've been effectively silenced by their own department. Chief Irons has made it clear he's not pursuing this, and with the case officially closed, they have no platform to speak from. Lieutenant Branna told me, off the record, that the survivors are talking about leaving Raccoon City. He said they don't feel safe here anymore. They think the whole system is compromised.
Dr. Wells, final thoughts?
I think we need to be very careful about what comes next. If the survivors are right, if Umbrella was conducting bioweapons research and something escaped, then this isn't over. We've seen the infection in the mountains. We've seen what it does to people. If that gets into the city, if that spreads beyond the containment area, we're not prepared. The protocols I developed for Umbrella 5 years ago, they assumed immediate response, full transparency, coordinated emergency services. What we have now is denial, cover-up, and a city that has no idea what might be coming.
To recap tonight's story, 4 STARS members have returned from the Arklay Mountains claiming they encountered biological weapons created by Umbrella Corporation. 8 of their teammates are dead. The dead are Kevin Dooley, Edward Dewey, Forrest Spire, Kenneth Sullivan, Richard Aiken, Enrico Marini, Joseph Frost, and Commander Albert Wesker. The survivors, Chris Redfield, Jill Valentine, Barry Burton, and Rebecca Chambers, are being dismissed by Chief Irons as traumatized and unreliable. Mayor Warren is defending Umbrella, citing economic concerns. The official investigation has been closed, and this station has received legal threats for continuing to report on these allegations. I want to be very clear about something. This station will continue to investigate this story. We have a responsibility to the public, to the families of the victims, and to the truth. Regardless of corporate pressure, regardless of political considerations, we will continue reporting. 12 civilians died in the Arklay Mountains over 2 months. 8 police officers died trying to find out why. They deserve better than a cover-up. I'm Jack Baker. Good night.
This is the Science Hour. I'm Johnny Aisgarth.
Tonight, we have a guest who's taken considerable risk to be here. Christopher Redfield was a member of the Raccoon City Special Tactics and Rescue Service, S.T.A.R.S, until last week when the unit was disbanded. Mr. Redfield, thank you for agreeing to speak with us despite the pressure you're under not to.
Call me Chris. And, yeah, I know I'm not supposed to be here. Chief Irons made that very clear. He told all of us that talking to media would result in, his words, immediate termination and possible criminal charges, but I can't stay silent about what we saw up there. People need to know.
Let's start with the official story. According to Raccoon Police Department, 5 S.T.A.R.S officers died in an accident in the Arklay Mountains. The survivors, including yourself, were suffering from trauma-induced hallucinations. That's the official position. Is that what happened?
No, that's a lie. A complete fabrication designed to cover up what Umbrella Corporation has been doing in those mountains. What happened up there wasn't an accident. It was a massacre. And what we encountered wasn't hallucinations. It was real. All of it.
Tell me what happened. Start from the beginning.
July 23rd, Bravo team was sent to investigate the murders that had been happening in the Arklay region. Strange attacks, hikers found dead with unusual injuries. We, Alpha team, we were supposed to provide backup if needed, but Bravo team went silent, lost all radio contact around 10 p.m. that night. The next morning, we were deployed to find them. We took the helicopter up into the mountains, same area where Bravo team had gone. Our pilot, Brad Vickers, he spotted Bravo team's helicopter in a clearing. Looked like it had made an emergency landing. Engine trouble, we thought, so we sat down to investigate.
What did you find?
At first, nothing. The helicopter was empty. No sign of the crew. But then we heard Joseph Frost. He was one of ours. Alpha team. He was screaming. When we got to him, he'd been torn apart, lying in the grass maybe 50 yards from the chopper. Blood everywhere. Then we heard them. Dogs. But not normal dogs. These things were rotting. Patches of exposed muscle. Ribs showing through torn skin. And they were fast, vicious. They came at us from the tree line and we had to run. Brad panicked, took off in the helicopter without us, left us there. We ran into the forest, found a mansion. This massive estate in the middle of nowhere. We thought maybe we could take shelter, call for help. The door was unlocked. We went inside.
A mansion in the Arklay Mountains?
Yeah. Turns out it was owned by Umbrella Corporation. We didn't know that at first. Just knew it was old, European style, looked abandoned. But when we got inside, that's when things got worse. We found Kenneth Sullivan from Bravo team. He was in one of the upstairs hallways, dead, being eaten by a person, or what used to be a person. This thing was hunched over his body, tearing at his throat with its teeth. Skin was gray, eyes were clouded. When it turned to look at us, there was nothing human left in that face, just hunger.
You're describing a corpse attacking you.
I'm describing exactly what I saw. The thing stood up, started walking toward us. We shot it multiple times, center mass. It barely slowed down. Jill Valentine. She put 3 rounds in its chest, and it just kept coming. I had to shoot it in the head. That's what finally stopped it, destroyed the brain. We found more of them. Throughout the mansion, dozens of them. All dead but still moving, still attacking. We found Bravo team members. Richard Aiken was bitten by something, some kind of giant snake, died from the venom. Enrico Marini, our team leader, we found him in an underground passage. He'd been shot, not by the creatures, by a person. He was trying to tell us something about a traitor before he died.
A traitor within S.T.A.R.S?
Our commander, Albert Wesker. He was working for Umbrella the whole time. Led us into that mansion knowing what was there, knowing we'd probably die. It was all a test. We were test subjects. Umbrella wanted to see how their bioweapons would perform against trained soldiers.
Bioweapons. You're saying Umbrella Corporation created these creatures intentionally?
Yes. We found the lab, deep underground beneath the mansion. Huge facility. Research documents everywhere. They called it the T-virus, a biological agent that reanimates dead tissue, makes corpses walk, makes them aggressive, strips away everything human, and leaves just the need to feed. But it wasn't just the dead. They were using it on living subjects too. We encountered things, mutations. There were these reptile creatures, stood upright like humans, but with claws that could cut through steel. The documents called them hunters. Umbrella created them, weaponized them.
How is that possible? How does a pharmaceutical company create something like that?
Because they're not just a pharmaceutical company. They have government contracts, military funding. We found documents showing years of research into biological weapons. The T-virus was just one project. They had others, different strains, different applications, all designed to kill. And the mansion, it wasn't abandoned, it was a front. The whole estate was built to hide the underground facility. Umbrella scientists were working there, living there, conducting experiments on human subjects. We found holding cells, medical equipment, bodies in various stages of transformation.
Where are these documents now? This evidence?
Gone. The facility had a self-destruct system. Wesker activated it during the final confrontation. He unleashed their ultimate creation, something they called a tyrant. This thing was over 7 feet tall, superhuman strength, enhanced speed. It killed Wesker, nearly killed the rest of us. We managed to get out just before the whole facility exploded. The mansion, the lab, all the research, everything was destroyed in the blast. The 4 of us who survived, myself, Jill, Barry Burton, and Rebecca Chambers, we watched it burn from the helicopter.
So there's no physical evidence? Nothing to prove what you're saying?
We have our testimonies, 4 trained police officers, all describing the same events. We have the bodies of our teammates, 5 good people who died up there. We have the injuries we sustained. Rebecca was bitten. I was clawed. We all have wounds consistent with combat. But yeah, the physical evidence is gone. Convenient for Umbrella, they destroy their own facility, eliminate the evidence, and then the police chief, who we now know is on Umbrella's payroll, he declares us mentally unstable, says we're hallucinating, says we need psychological evaluation.
You mentioned Chief Irons is on Umbrella's payroll. How do you know that?
We found financial records in the mansion. Umbrella's been paying him for years, payments labeled as consultant fees, tens of thousands of dollars. He's been protecting their operations, covering up incidents, making sure nobody investigates too closely. When we came back and tried to file our report, he shut us down immediately, told us the official story was an accident, told us if we contradicted that story, we'd be charged with making false statements. Then he disbanded S.T.A.R.S entirely, said the unit was being restructured, but really he just wanted us gone, wanted us silenced.
What about the other survivors? Jill Valentine, Barry Burton, Rebecca Chambers? Will they corroborate your story?
Jill's still in Raccoon City. She stayed behind to continue investigating, wanted to gather more evidence, try to warn people. I told her it was dangerous, that Umbrella would come after anyone who kept digging, but she wouldn't leave. Said someone needed to stay and watch what Umbrella does next. Brad Vickers stayed too, our pilot. He's been keeping a low profile, scared, and honestly, he has every right to be. What we went through up there, it would break most people, but he's still in the city, still around. Barry's getting his family out, taking them somewhere safe. Rebecca already left. She's young, brilliant, but this destroyed something in her, seeing what we saw, fighting what we fought. We all know what happened up there. We all saw the same things, fought the same creatures, survived the same nightmare. But we also know that nobody will believe us. How can they? Dead people walking, genetically engineered monsters, a massive corporate conspiracy. It sounds insane. I know it sounds insane.
So why are you here? Why risk speaking out if you don't think anyone will believe you?
Because people need to know what Umbrella is doing. That facility in the Arklay Mountains wasn't their only location. They have labs all over the world. They're still conducting this research, still creating these weapons. And if they're willing to do this, if they're willing to murder police officers to test their bioweapons, what else are they willing to do? Raccoon City is in danger. Those creatures didn't just appear in the mountains by accident. The virus leaked, maybe accidentally, Maybe intentionally, I don't know. But it's out there. We saw infected dogs, infected crows. The virus spreads through bites, through contact with infected tissue. It's biological contamination. An umbrella's response isn't to contain it or cure it. Their response is to cover it up, destroy the evidence, silence the witnesses. They don't care how many people die as long as their secrets stay hidden.
You sound, and I mean this respectfully, you sound traumatized. The official psychological evaluation said you're suffering from post-traumatic stress, hallucinations brought on by extreme stress during the mission.
That's what they want people to think. I'm traumatized. I watched my teammates die. I fought for my life against things that shouldn't exist. I saw a facility full of human experimentation. Of course I'm traumatized. Anyone would be. But that doesn't mean I'm crazy. That doesn't mean what I saw wasn't real. They're using the PTSD diagnosis to discredit us, to make it seem like we can't be trusted, like our memories are unreliable. It's a tactic, a way to dismiss eyewitness testimony without actually addressing what we're saying.
The department offered you medical leave, counseling, time off to recover. Are you taking it?
I'm leaving Raccoon City, not because I need time off, not because I need counseling. I'm leaving because staying here makes me a target. Umbrella has already shown they're willing to kill to protect their secrets. Chief Irons has already shown he'll do whatever Umbrella wants. If I stay, I'll either be arrested on false charges, or I'll end up dead in an accident that's not really an accident. So yeah, I'm leaving, going somewhere I can continue investigating without a target on my back. But I'm not giving up. I'm going to find proof, real, undeniable proof of what Umbrella is doing. And when I do, I'm going to make sure the whole world knows. I'm going to make sure everyone who died up there, everyone who was murdered by those creatures, I'm going to make sure they get justice.
Do you have any message for the people of Raccoon City? For the families of the S.T.A.R.S members who died?
To the families, I'm sorry. I'm sorry we couldn't save them. I'm sorry the official story dishonors their sacrifice. Your loved ones died fighting. They died protecting each other. They died as heroes. Not in an accident, not from their own mistakes. They were murdered. And I promise you, I will find a way to prove it. To the people of Raccoon City, be careful. Watch for signs of infection, unusual animal behavior, unexplained illnesses, violent incidents that don't make sense. The virus is out there, spreading. An umbrella isn't going to warn you. The police aren't going to protect you. When the time comes, and I think it will come, you'll need to protect yourselves. And to Umbrella Corporation, to Chief Irons, to everyone involved in this cover-up. I know what you did. We all know. And we're not going to stop. We're not going to forget. We're going to expose you. We're going to bring you down. You can discredit us. You can silence us temporarily, but the truth will come out. It always does.
Chris Redfield, former member of Raccoon City S.T.A.R.S, thank you for your courage in speaking out.
Thank you for listening. For believing it's worth investigating, even when the official story says otherwise.
Before you go, one last question. If everything you're saying is true, if Umbrella really has created biological weapons and is conducting illegal experiments, why hasn't anyone else come forward? Why aren't there other whistleblowers?
Because the people who know the truth are either dead, on Umbrella's payroll, or too afraid to speak. The scientists who worked in that facility, they all died in the explosion. The people who funded the research, they're protected by classification and government contracts. The witnesses, us, we're being labeled as mentally unstable, and anyone else who might have known something. Anyone who worked for Umbrella and tried to speak out before, they have a habit of disappearing, or dying in accidents, or being discredited so thoroughly that nobody takes them seriously. That's how Umbrella operates. They don't just hide their crimes, they eliminate anyone who might expose them. That's why I'm leaving. That's why the other survivors are scattering. We can't fight them head on. Not yet. Not without proof. Not without allies. But we will fight them. This isn't over. Not by a long shot.
This has been the Science Hour. I'm Johnny Aisgarth. The testimony you've heard tonight contradicts the official account of events in the Arklay Mountains. Listeners are encouraged to investigate for themselves, to question official narratives, and to remain vigilant. If what Chris Redfield describes is true, if even a fraction of it is accurate, then we face a threat unlike anything this city has seen. Stay safe, stay informed, and remember, the most dangerous lies are the ones that sound most reasonable.
Good evening, Raccoon City. I'm Mayor Michael Warren. I'm here tonight to address the concerns many of you have expressed regarding the recent tragedy involving our S.T.A.R.S teams in the Arklay Mountains. First, let me say that our thoughts and prayers are with the families of the 5 brave officers we lost: Kenneth Sullivan, Richard Aiken, Forrest Spire, Joseph Frost, and Enrico Marini. These men gave their lives in service to our community. They will not be forgotten. I know there's been speculation, rumors, concern about what happened up there. I want to be clear with you tonight. The survivors of this incident have been through a traumatic experience. They witnessed the deaths of their colleagues. They spent 2 days in a wilderness survival situation under extreme stress. What they're reporting, what they believe they saw, is being taken seriously. But we must also understand that trauma affects perception. Stress affects memory. The official investigation is ongoing. Police Chief Irons is coordinating with federal authorities to determine exactly what occurred. What we know is this: the teams encountered dangerous wildlife in a remote area. The situation escalated rapidly. The survivors did what they had to do to stay alive. Beyond that, we're still gathering facts. We're still piecing together what happened in those mountains. Now, I've heard the speculation about Umbrella Corporation. Let me be absolutely clear about something. Umbrella is not just the company that operates in our region. Umbrella is the backbone of our economy. Over 10,000 people in Raccoon City and the surrounding areas depend on Umbrella for their livelihoods. That's 10,000 families, 10,000 paychecks, 10,000 reasons why the city thrives. Umbrella Corporation is a pharmaceutical company. They develop medicines, vaccines, treatments that save lives around the world. The research facility in the Arklay Mountains conducts important work, legal work, approved work, work that's overseen by multiple federal agencies. There is no evidence, none of any wrongdoing by Umbrella Corporation. These baseless accusations help no one. They dishonor the memory of the officers we lost. They create unnecessary panic in our community. I understand people are looking for answers, looking for someone to blame. But the truth is, sometimes tragic events happen. Wildlife attacks happen. Equipment fails. Communication breaks down. Good people die in the line of duty. It's horrible. It's unfair. But it's not a conspiracy. It's not a cover-up. It's a tragedy. And we need to treat it as such. The survivors of this incident need our support, not our speculation. They need time to heal, time to process what they've been through. Spreading wild theories about monsters in laboratories doesn't help them. It doesn't help their families. It doesn't help our community. What helps is coming together, supporting each other, trusting in the investigative process. I want to assure you that Raccoon City is safe. There is no public health threat. There is no danger to our community. The Arklay region is being monitored. The investigation is thorough. Federal authorities are involved. We're taking every precaution, but there is no reason for alarm, no reason for panic. Life in Raccoon City continues as normal. To those of you calling for an independent investigation into Umbrella Corporation, I ask you to consider the implications. Umbrella employs over 10,000 people in our region. They contribute millions to our local economy. They fund our schools, our hospitals, our infrastructure. Launching a witch hunt against them based on rumor and speculation would devastate our city. It would destroy jobs. It would drive away investment. It would hurt the very people we're trying to protect. I've spoken personally with Umbrella's leadership. They've assured me that their facility operates with the highest safety standards, that all research is conducted legally and ethically, that they're cooperating fully with the investigation. I believe them. I believe in this company. I believe in what they contribute to our community, and I ask you to trust in that as well. The investigation will continue, questions will be answered, but in the meantime, I'm asking for calm, I'm asking for patience, I'm asking for trust in your city government and in the institutions that keep this community strong. Raccoon City has faced challenges before. We've always come through them together, united, strong. This time will be no different. To the families of the officers we lost, you have my deepest condolences. Your loved ones were heroes. They will be honored. They will be remembered. To the survivors, you have the full support of this city. Take the time you need, heal, know that we stand with you. And to all the citizens of Raccoon City, thank you for your patience during this difficult time. Stay strong, stay united, and trust that we will get through this together. Good night.
For 4 generations, Stone and Pebble Jewelers has been Raccoon City's choice for fine jewelry and watches. Whether you're celebrating an engagement, an anniversary, or simply want to show someone you care, our expert staff will help you find the perfect piece. We feature exclusive collections of diamond jewelry, Swiss timepieces, and custom design services. Our master jeweler can create one-of-a-kind pieces or repair your treasured heirlooms. Stone and Pebble also offers comprehensive appraisal services, and we buy estate jewelry. Visit our showroom and experience the difference that comes from old-fashioned service and craftsmanship. Stone and Pebble Jewelers, downtown Raccoon City at 227 Fisson Street. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., where memories are made precious.
This is Roger Thornhill on WRKC 98.5. We're doing something unusual this morning, suspending our regular programming to take your calls about the S.T.A.R.S situation. 5 officers are dead. 4 survivors returned last night. And, well, a lot of you have questions. Lines are lighting up. Let's go to the phones. First caller, you're on the air.
Roger, this is Iris Henderson. My brother was David Ford. He was one of the hikers killed in May, back when this whole thing started.
I'm very sorry for your loss, Iris.
They still won't release his body, Roger. It's been 2 months. 2 months, and they won't tell me what happened to him. Won't let me bury my brother. And now 5 police officers are dead in the same area. 5 trained professionals, S.T.A.R.S members. And the official story is it was an accident. That's what they're calling it? An accident?
That's what Chief Irons said at the press conference yesterday.
My brother didn't die in an accident. Those officers didn't die in an accident. Something is in those mountains. Something dangerous. And they're lying to us about it. I heard the survivors came back talking about creatures, about experiments. Is that true? Did you hear that?
I've heard rumors. But Iris, the survivors, have been through a traumatic experience. Chief Irons says their accounts are being taken seriously, but that trauma can affect memory.
Trauma. That's convenient, isn't it? Blame it on trauma. Dismiss what they saw. My brother is dead, Roger. Those 5 officers are dead. And nobody will tell us the truth. Nobody will tell us what's really happening up there. How many more people have to die before someone tells the truth?
I don't know, Iris. I wish I had better answers for you.
I want my brother's body. I want to bury him. I want answers. And I want someone to explain to me why Umbrella Corporation's name keeps coming up. Why are people connecting them to this? What are they doing in those mountains?
Iris, thank you for calling. I'm truly sorry. Next caller, you're on.
Roger. Charlie Oakley here. Been listening to your show for years.
Hi, Charlie. What's on your mind?
I'm going to tell you something that's going to sound crazy. But I've been following this situation since May, and I've been connecting dots. Umbrella Corporation has a facility up there. Big pharmaceutical company. Biggest employer in the region. They do research. Classified research. Government contracts.
Charlie, we've heard these theories before.
Just hear me out. 2 months ago, hikers start dying. Strange attacks. The Forest Service closes the area. Then S.T.A.R.S goes up there. Both teams, elite tactical units. What do they find? Something bad enough that 5 of them die and 4 survivors come back talking about things that Chief Irons is calling hallucinations. Now, you ask yourself, what could cause that?
Wildlife? Environmental hazards?
5 trained officers don't die from bears, Roger. And they don't hallucinate the same things unless they're all exposed to something. I think Umbrella is testing something up there. Some kind of chemical agent. Maybe biological. Something that affects the mind. Makes people violent. And when S.T.A.R.S found evidence, when they saw what Umbrella was really doing, the cover-up started.
That's a pretty big accusation, Charlie.
Big enough that the survivors left town overnight. Big enough that Chief Irons won't answer questions about Umbrella. Big enough that there was an explosion in those mountains 2 nights ago that the government is calling a controlled burn. Roger, when you see an explosion that lights up the sky, when you lose 2 police teams, when survivors flee the city, that's not an accident. That's a cover-up.
All right, Charlie. I think we've heard enough speculation. Next caller.
Roger. My name is Guy Haynes. I'm 19. I know one of the S.T.A.R.S survivors. We went to high school together.
Okay, Guy. What can you tell us?
I saw her last night, briefly, before she left town. She wouldn't tell me what happened up there. Said she couldn't. But Roger, she was terrified. I've known this person for years. She's tough, confident, strong. Last night she looked like she'd seen hell. Kept looking over her shoulder, jumped at sounds, told me to stay away from the mountains, stay away from anything connected to Umbrella.
Did she say why?
She said, and I'm quoting, "They're not gonna tell the truth. They can't. It's too big. If people knew what was really up there, there'd be panic." I haven't heard from her since. Roger, I believe her. I believe something really bad happened in those mountains, and I believe they're lying to us about it.
Guy, did she mention anything specific? Creatures? Experiments? Anything?
She said the official story was wrong, that it wasn't an accident, that what they encountered was, her word was unnatural. She said they found a laboratory, an underground facility. She said there were things there that shouldn't exist. Then she stopped talking, said she'd already said too much, told me to forget the conversation. But how am I supposed to forget that?
I don't know. All right, folks, I've been doing this show for 12 years. I've never done an emergency call-in like this before. And I have to be honest with you, I don't know what to think anymore. A month ago, when people called about missing pets and strange sounds, I dismissed it. Told you it was imagination. Told you to trust the authorities. But now 5 police officers are dead. Survivors are fleeing the city. There was an explosion in the mountains. And the official story is, what? An accident? I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm not someone who jumps to conclusions. But something doesn't add up here. Something is very wrong. And I think the people calling this show might be right. I think we're being lied to. I don't know what's in those mountains. I don't know what Umbrella is doing up there. I don't know what the S.T.A.R.S teams really found. But I know that families are grieving. I know that survivors are terrified. I know that questions aren't being answered. And I know that when you silence the truth, when you dismiss witnesses, when you threaten legal action against anyone who asks questions, that tells me there's something worth hiding. To the families of the victims, I'm sorry. You deserve answers. You deserve truth. You deserve justice. To the S.T.A.R.S survivors, wherever you are, I hope you're safe. I hope someday you can tell your story. And to everyone listening, stay away from the Arklay Mountains. Whatever's up there, it's not safe, it's not contained, and it's not over. This is Roger Thornhill on WRKC. Stay vigilant, Raccoon City. And don't let them make you forget. We'll be back after this.
Raccoon City General Hospital, committed to your health and the health of our community. With over 300 beds, a state-of-the-art emergency department, and specialists in every field, we're here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Our dedicated staff includes board-certified physicians, experienced nurses, and caring support personnel who treat you like family. We offer comprehensive services including maternity care, pediatrics, surgery, and our new infectious disease wing, sponsored by the Umbrella Corporation. Recently awarded the Region 5 Excellence in Healthcare Award, Raccoon General is proud to serve our community. If you need us, we're here. Emergency entrance on Cedar Street, main entrance on Ennerdale. Raccoon City General Hospital. Your health is our priority.
Good evening, I'm Jack Baker. It's been nearly a month since the S.T.A.R.S tragedy in the Arklay Mountains, and tonight we can report that the federal investigation has been completed and immediately classified. No public findings will be released, and all documents related to the case have been sealed. Additionally, Police Chief Brian Irons has officially disbanded the S.T.A.R.S unit, effective immediately. Most of the survivors have permanently left Raccoon City, and families of the deceased officers are demanding answers they're not getting. Peter Walken has been investigating this story. Peter?
Jack, I'm at City Hall tonight where several dozen citizens gathered to protest what they're calling a cover-up. Inside, the City Council held an emergency session about Umbrella Corporation's role in the region, and Mayor Michael Warren made it very clear where his priorities lie. Warren defended Umbrella in the strongest terms I've heard from a public official. He said, and I'm quoting directly, Umbrella Corporation employs over 10,000 people in Raccoon City and the surrounding area. They are the economic backbone of this community. We cannot jeopardize thousands of jobs based on speculation and conspiracy theories. When Councilmember Sarah Barton asked whether economic considerations should outweigh a transparent investigation into 5 deaths, Warren responded that the federal investigation was thorough and that questioning it undermines law enforcement. But here's the thing, Jack. How can we know the investigation was thorough if we can't see the results? That's the question protesters outside are asking. And it's a fair question. I spoke with Iris Henderson, the sister of David Ford, one of the hikers killed back in May. She's been demanding answers for 3 months now. She told me, quote, my brother died up there. They still won't release his body. They still won't tell us what happened. And now they're saying the investigation is classified. That's not justice. That's a cover-up. There were about 50 people here tonight, Jack, and they're not going away. Back to you.
Thank you, Peter. Alyssa Ashcroft has been digging into Umbrella Corporation's history in the region. Alyssa, what have you found?
Jack, I've spent the past month going through public records, court filings, and interviewing former Umbrella employees. The picture that emerges is of a company with enormous influence and a pattern of secrecy. Umbrella operates at least 5 facilities in the Arklay Mountain region. Their public face is pharmaceutical research, but I found evidence of much more classified work happening at those sites over the past 5 years. At least 7 employees have died or disappeared while working at Umbrella's Arklay facilities. In each case, the families received substantial financial settlements in exchange for signing non-disclosure agreements. I spoke with a family member of one deceased employee, Lydia Rain, whose father worked at what Umbrella calls a research laboratory. She told me her father's body was never recovered, and Umbrella paid the family $200,000 to stop asking questions. I also obtained internal documents that show Umbrella has been conducting what they call advanced biological research in those mountains. The documents don't specify what kind of research, but they reference something called containment protocols and emergency sterilization procedures. When I asked Umbrella to explain what those terms mean, their legal team sent me another cease and desist letter. This is the 3rd one I've received in a month, Jack. But here's what really concerns me. I spoke with a former Umbrella employee, someone who worked in their public relations department until last year and requested anonymity. This source told me that Umbrella has standard procedures for handling what they call exposure incidents. According to this source, the company has lawyers on retainer specifically to handle situations where employees or civilians are exposed to what they call proprietary biological materials. Make of that what you will. Back to you, Jack.
Alyssa Ashcroft with that report. For more on the medical aspects of this story, we're joined again by Dr. Peyton Wells. Dr. Wells, you previously consulted for a pharmaceutical company on containment scenarios. Can you tell us more about that work?
5 years ago, I was approached by Umbrella Corporation to consult on infectious disease protocols. They paid me very well, $100,000 for 3 months of work. The job was to develop containment scenarios for what they called potential biological hazards. At the time, they told me it was theoretical. Emergency preparedness, making sure they had plans in place in case something ever went wrong at one of their labs.
What kind of scenarios were you developing?
They had me model outbreak patterns, how an infectious agent might spread through a population. They wanted to know how quickly it could move from person to person, what kind of symptoms to expect, how to identify infected individuals. They also had me develop what they called response hierarchies. Basically, at what point do you evacuate? At what point do you quarantine? At what point do you, and this is their language, implement sterilization measures?
Sterilization measures? What does that mean?
I asked the same question. They were vague. said it meant eliminating the biological hazard. When I pressed for specifics, they told me it was above my clearance level. Jack, at the time, I thought this was responsible corporate planning. But now, looking at what happened in the Arklay Mountains, looking at the injuries I saw on those S.T.A.R.S survivors, I'm not sure it was theoretical at all. I think they were preparing for something they knew might happen.
Are you saying Umbrella knew there was a danger?
I'm saying they paid me a lot of money to plan for a very specific type of outbreak. An outbreak that causes rapid infection, extreme aggression in victims, and the breakdown of normal human behavior. And now we have multiple deaths in an area where Umbrella operates multiple classified research facilities. I don't believe in coincidences, Jack.
Have you shared this information with authorities?
I tried. I contacted the FBI field office 2 weeks ago. They took my statement, said they'd look into it. I haven't heard back. I also reached out to the state health department. Same thing. Either nobody's listening or somebody's making sure nobody listens. I don't know which is worse.
I have to ask, are you concerned for your safety?
Yes. I've received 2 phone calls in the past week. Unknown numbers. Nobody speaks. They just stay on the line for 10 or 15 seconds, then hang up. My wife thinks I'm being paranoid. Maybe I am. But Jack, 5 police officers are dead. Multiple civilians are dead. And the company that might be responsible has unlimited resources and lawyers who specialize in keeping people quiet. So yes, I'm concerned.
Doctor, thank you for your courage in speaking out. We did reach out to Umbrella Corporation for a response to these allegations. They sent a statement that reads, quote, "The characterizations of his consulting work are inaccurate and misleading. Those statements constitute defamation and we are considering legal action. Umbrella Corporation operates in full compliance with all federal and state regulations. Any suggestion otherwise is false." End quote. The federal investigation into the Arklay incident remains classified. No timeline has been given for when or if information will be made public. The families of the deceased continue to wait for answers. I'm Jack Baker. Good night.
Good afternoon. My name is Jonathan Clark, Director of Corporate Communications for Umbrella Corporation. I'm here today to address the recent allegations and misinformation that have been circulating about our company and our research facility in the Arklay Mountains. I'll make a brief statement and then take a limited number of questions. First, on behalf of everyone at Umbrella Corporation, we extend our deepest condolences to the families of the S.T.A.R.S officers who lost their lives in the Arklay region last month. This was a tragic loss for the Raccoon City community. These officers were dedicated public servants. Their sacrifice will not be forgotten. Umbrella has donated $100,000 to the S.T.A.R.S Memorial Fund to honor their service and support their families. Second, I want to be absolutely clear about the nature of our Arklay facility. Umbrella Corporation is a global pharmaceutical company. We develop vaccines, antibiotics, cancer treatments, medicines that save millions of lives every year. The Arklay Research Center conducts pharmaceutical research. That is its sole purpose. That is what it has always done. That is what it will continue to do. The allegations that have been made, particularly in certain media outlets and by individuals with no direct knowledge of our operations, are baseless and defamatory. Claims that Umbrella conducts bioweapon research are completely false. We are a pharmaceutical company. We are not a defense contractor. We do not develop weapons of any kind. These accusations are not just wrong, they're harmful, they damage our reputation, they frighten our employees, they undermine public confidence in the life-saving work we do. Our facility operates under the oversight of multiple federal agencies, the FDA, the EPA, the Department of Health. We undergo regular inspections, regular audits, regular compliance reviews. Every aspect of our research is documented, regulated, approved. We operate with complete transparency within the legal framework that governs pharmaceutical research. Anyone suggesting otherwise is either misinformed or deliberately spreading falsehoods. Regarding the S.T.A.R.S incident, our facility was not involved. The officers were investigating wildlife attacks in a remote region. Our facility is located miles from where the incident occurred. We had no contact with the S.T.A.R.S teams. We were not aware of the situation until after the fact. The suggestion that Umbrella bears any responsibility for this tragedy is not just false, it's deeply offensive to the memory of the officers who died. Now, to those who have made these allegations publicly, I want to be very clear. Umbrella Corporation takes its reputation seriously. We have a legal responsibility to our shareholders, to our employees, and to the communities we serve to protect the integrity of our company. False and defamatory statements have consequences. We will pursue all available legal remedies to protect our name and hold accountable those who spread malicious falsehoods. We've already initiated legal action against several individuals and organizations. We will not hesitate to expand that action if necessary. Freedom of speech does not include freedom to lie. Freedom of the press does not include freedom to defame. Those who cross that line will face the full force of our legal team. That is not a threat, that is a promise. To the media outlets that have given platform to these conspiracy theories, I would say this: you have a responsibility to verify your sources, to fact check your stories, to distinguish between legitimate journalism and sensationalism. Some of what has been broadcast and published crosses that line. It is irresponsible, it is unethical, and it will have legal consequences. Umbrella Corporation employs over 10,000 people in the Raccoon City region. We contribute over $50 million annually to the local economy. We fund scholarships, we support hospitals, we invest in infrastructure. We are deeply committed to this community. These baseless attacks don't just hurt Umbrella, they hurt every person whose livelihood depends on our company. They hurt every family that benefits from our economic contribution. They hurt Raccoon City itself. In closing, I want to assure the people of Raccoon City that Umbrella Corporation is committed to the highest standards of safety, ethics, and transparency. We will continue our important pharmaceutical research. We will continue to develop life-saving medicines. We will continue to be a responsible corporate citizen in this community, and we will vigorously defend our reputation against anyone who seeks to damage it with lies and innuendo. The investigation into the S.T.A.R.S incidents is ongoing. We are cooperating fully with law enforcement. When that investigation concludes, the facts will speak for themselves. Until then, we ask that people withhold judgment, reject conspiracy theories, trust in the investigative process, and remember that Umbrella Corporation has been a pillar of this community for decades. We've earned the benefit of the doubt. We've earned your trust. Thank you.
Are you looking for more than just a job? Are you ready for a career that makes a difference? Umbrella Corporation is hiring. As one of the world's leading pharmaceutical and biotechnology companies, Umbrella offers opportunities in research, development, manufacturing, and administration. With facilities throughout the Raccoon City region, we provide competitive salaries, comprehensive benefits, and the chance to be part of cutting-edge scientific advancement. We're currently seeking lab technicians, security personnel, research assistants, and administrative staff. All positions require security clearance and confidentiality agreements. Umbrella Corporation. We're not just building a better tomorrow, we're building a better today. Visit our downtown headquarters for an application, or call our employment hotline at 555-0100. Umbrella Corporation, preserving the health and well-being of the people.
Work log, September 25th, 1998. Eddie Murphy, sewer maintenance supervisor, Raccoon City Water Treatment Facility. I've been working the underground tunnels for 15 years. Seen rats the size of cats. Found everything from stolen cars to dead bodies down here. But what I saw today, I got no explanation for. I was doing routine inspection on the main water line, the one that feeds downtown. Meter readings have been off all week. Pressure fluctuations, sediment buildup. I figured it was the usual debris, maybe a pipe rupture upstream. When I got down to Junction 12, near the old processing station, the smell hit me first. Not sewage, I'm used to that. This was different, chemical, like a hospital mixed with a slaughterhouse. The water level was lower than it should be, and there was something floating in it. At first I thought it was garbage, maybe medical waste that got dumped illegally. But when I got closer with my flashlight, it was moving, not floating, moving, swimming. I saw what looked like a dog, but it was wrong. No fur, just exposed muscle and tissue. Its eyes were white, completely white, and it was feeding on something in the water, tearing chunks off with its teeth. I backed up real slow, tried to radio topside. Static. The tunnels mess with the signal sometimes. I decided to get the hell out and file a report, but then I saw more of them. Not just dogs. They were rats, and they were moving in a pack. I ran. I'm not ashamed to say it. I've worked these tunnels my whole adult life, and I know when something's not right. When I got topside, I went straight to my supervisor. Told him we need to shut down that section. Get animal control down there. Figure out what the hell those things were. He looked at me like I was crazy. Asked me if I'd been drinking. I showed him my uniform, covered in this weird slime from the tunnel walls. He told me to go home, clean up, and we'd talk about it Monday. But here's the thing. I checked the maintenance logs before I left. We've had 6 workers call in sick this week. 6. And 3 of them worked that same section I was just in. I also found a memo, dated September 20th, from Umbrella Corporation. They're requesting we suspend regular testing on the main water supply, citing routine facility maintenance in the Arklay region. They want us to skip our standard contamination screening until October 1st. I've been doing this job long enough to know what a cover-up looks like. Something got into our water system. Something from those umbrella facilities up in the mountains. And those things I saw in the tunnels, they didn't just appear overnight. I'm taking my family out of the city this weekend. I don't care if I sound paranoid. We drink that water. Every faucet in Raccoon City is connected to those tunnels. And if there's something down there, something growing in the water, my supervisor told me not to file an official report. Said it would cause a panic. But I'm making this recording anyway, and I'm keeping a copy off-site. If something happens, if people start getting sick, somebody needs to know I tried to warn them. The water isn't safe. It hasn't been safe for days.
Good evening, I'm Jack Baker. We begin tonight with a disturbing development. Multiple cases of violent illness have been reported in suburban areas of Raccoon City over the past 72 hours. At least 18 people have been hospitalized with what doctors are describing as extreme behavioral changes and severe physiological symptoms. Police responded to 9 domestic disturbance calls yesterday alone. And in 3 cases, officers had to use significant force to restrain victims who were attacking family members. Peter Walken is at Raccoon General Hospital. Peter, what are you seeing?
Jack, I'm outside the emergency room entrance, and the scene here it's intense. Hospital staff are wearing full protective equipment, hazmat suits for what they're calling standard patient intake. I've covered medical stories before, and I've never seen ER personnel in this kind of gear for anything other than known contagious diseases. When I asked hospital administration about it, they said it's a precautionary measure and wouldn't elaborate. I spoke with John Ballantyne, a paramedic who's been with Raccoon EMS for 15 years. He told me he's never seen anything like what they're dealing with. He responded to a call yesterday in the suburbs, a woman who'd attacked her neighbor. Ballantyne said, quote, "It took 4 of us to restrain her. She had the strength of 2 people. She was biting, clawing, and she didn't respond to pain. We had to sedate her twice to get her in the ambulance." He also said her eyes were, his words, empty, like nobody was home anymore. The hospital has treated 23 similar cases in the past week, Jack. They've restricted access to certain wings, and security is preventing media from entering the building. Whatever's happening, they're taking it seriously. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Peter. Alyssa Ashcroft is in a suburban neighborhood where one of these incidents occurred. Alyssa?
Jack, I'm in Stoneville, a residential area about 5 miles from downtown. This is the 3rd incident in this neighborhood in 2 days. Behind me, you can see police tape around a home where officers responded to what they initially thought was a domestic disturbance. Lieutenant Marvin Branna is coordinating the police response here, and he agreed to speak with me briefly. Marvin told me, quote, "We're seeing behavior that's completely outside our experience. Suspects are exhibiting extreme violence and abnormal resistance to pain. In the incident here, the suspect was shot multiple times before going down. I've been with Raccoon PD for 12 years, and I've never seen someone take that much physical trauma and keep coming. I also spoke with Constance Porter, a neighbor who witnessed part of the incident. She told me the person involved was her neighbor of 7 years, someone she described as quiet and friendly. 2 days ago, he stopped responding to knocks on his door. Yesterday morning, he came out of his house and attacked another neighbor who was walking their dog. Porter said, and I'm quoting, his eyes were just empty, like he didn't recognize anyone. He kept trying to bite people. It was like watching someone who wasn't human anymore. The victim in this case was removed in an unmarked vehicle, not a standard coroner's van. When I asked police about that, they said it's part of an ongoing investigation and they can't comment. Lieutenant Branagh did tell me off camera that his officers are, his words, in over our heads with this. Back to you, Jack.
To help us understand what might be causing these symptoms, we're joined by Dr. Peyton Wells. Dr. Wells, you mentioned in previous interviews that you'd worked on containment scenarios for outbreak situations. Does this match those scenarios?
Jack, I haven't slept in 3 days. I've been in the hospital continuously treating these patients. And what we're seeing now, it matches exactly what I helped Umbrella plan for. The infection affects the brain rapidly. Victims become violent, unresponsive to pain, and their higher brain functions deteriorate completely. Within hours, they're no longer themselves.
You're saying this is an infection? What kind of infection causes this?
In the documents I worked with 5 years ago, there was repeated reference to something called the T virus. I was never told what the T stood for or where it came from, but the symptoms described in those scenarios are identical to what I'm seeing now. Rapid onset, extreme aggression, loss of cognitive function, and this is the part that terrifies me, continued motor function, even after what should be fatal trauma.
Continued motor function, what does that mean?
It means victims don't respond normally to injury. I've seen patients with wounds that should incapacitate them, but they keep moving, keep attacking. It's like the body continues functioning even when the brain is effectively dead. Jack, the scenarios I worked on, they discussed infection spread through bites and blood contact. If this is what I think it is, if this is that virus, then every person these victims have attacked is now at risk.
Is there a cure?
Not that I know of. The documents mentioned experimental antivirals, but nothing that was publicly available or proven effective. If this spreads beyond isolated cases, if it gets into the general population, we're not equipped to handle it. No hospital is. We don't have containment facilities for this. We don't have treatment protocols. And from what I'm seeing, once someone is infected, there's no bringing them back.
Dr. Wells, you mentioned the T virus specifically. Should people be concerned that this is connected to Umbrella Corporation?
I could lose my license for saying this, but yes, the T virus was Umbrella's designation. I signed non-disclosure agreements. I was paid to keep quiet. But people are dying, Jack. People are being infected with something that turns them into something else. And if we don't start talking about where this came from, if we don't acknowledge that Umbrella created this, then we're going to lose any chance of containing it. I'm going on record right now. Umbrella Corporation created a biological weapon. It's loose, and we need help.
Dr. Wells, thank you for your honesty. We reached out to Umbrella Corporation for comment on Dr. Wells's allegations. As of this broadcast, they have not responded. We also contacted the CDC and the State Health Department. Both agencies said they're monitoring the situation, but had no comment on the specific claims made tonight. If you're experiencing sudden illness with behavioral changes, seek medical attention immediately. Avoid contact with anyone showing signs of extreme aggression or altered mental state. We'll continue monitoring this developing story. I'm Jack Baker. Please stay safe.
The lead. This is an emergency alert for all residents of Raccoon City and surrounding areas. By order of Mayor Michael Warren and Chief of Police Brian Irons, the following instructions are in effect immediately. All citizens are advised to proceed to the Raccoon City Police Department at 198 Ennerdale Street for emergency shelter and assistance. Free food, water, and medical care will be provided to all residents in need. Do not attempt to leave the city limits. All highways and bridges are currently closed for your safety. When traveling to the police station, remain in your vehicles with doors locked and windows closed. Do not stop for individuals on foot. Do not exit your vehicle for any reason until you reach the police station perimeter. Officers will direct you to parking and intake areas. If you are unable to travel by vehicle, remain indoors with all doors and windows secured. Do not attempt to travel on foot after dark. Wait for emergency personnel to reach your location. Bring identification, necessary medications, and essential supplies for 72 hours if possible. Do not bring pets or large personal items. Space is limited. Avoid all contact with individuals exhibiting aggressive behavior or unusual symptoms. Do not attempt to provide assistance to injured persons. Report all suspicious activity to authorities immediately. Raccoon City is currently under a civil emergency declaration. All businesses are ordered closed. A curfew is in effect from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. Violators will be subject to arrest. This message will repeat. For additional information, tune to WRKC News 7 or contact the emergency hotline at 555-0100. This has been an emergency alert from Raccoon City Emergency Management. Please comply with all official instructions for your safety.
Welcome back to the Science Hour. I'm Johnny Aisgarth. Today we're doing something unusual. We're talking about the situation developing in Raccoon City, and I have a guest who's taking a significant personal risk to speak with us. For his protection, we're using voice synthesis technology to mask his identity. He's a virologist who formerly consulted for the CDC and some pharmaceutical companies he'd rather not name. We'll call him Dr. George Kittle. Dr. Kittle, thanks for coming on the show.
Thanks for having me, Johnny. I appreciate the voice masking. My former employers have, let's say, very aggressive legal teams, and I still have family in this country who I need to protect.
I understand. Let's start with the basics. You're a virologist. You've worked with infectious diseases. When you hear about what's happening in Raccoon City, the attacks, the strange behavior, the rapid spread, what goes through your mind?
Honestly, my first thought is, this sounds engineered. Now, I want to be careful here. I'm not saying it definitely is, but the behavioral patterns being described, the aggression, the loss of higher brain function, the apparent transmission through bodily fluids. These are characteristics you'd see in a weaponized pathogen, not a naturally occurring disease.
Weaponized? You're talking about bioweapons?
Yes. Look, most people think bioweapon research stopped after the Biological Weapons Convention in 1972. It didn't. It just went underground, got reclassified as defensive research. You're allowed to study pathogens if you say you're developing countermeasures, but the line between defensive research and offensive weaponization it's very thin. Sometimes non-existent.
And you've worked in this field?
I consulted on scenarios, outbreak modeling. What would happen if a weaponized virus escaped a facility? How it would spread? What the containment requirements would be? At the time, I thought it was theoretical, academic, war game planning. But now, seeing what's happening in Raccoon City, I'm not so sure it was theoretical.
What kind of symptoms would you see with a weaponized virus?
Depends on the design goals. If you're creating an incapacitating agent, you'd want rapid onset of symptoms, disorientation, loss of motor control, extreme aggression in some variants. The idea is to create chaos in enemy populations, make them dangerous to each other, overwhelm their medical systems. And here's the thing, Johnny. The symptoms being reported from Raccoon City, they match. The violent behavior, the apparent loss of cognitive function, the resistance to pain. These are exactly the effects you'd design into a bioweapon if your goal was to incapacitate and terrorize.
That's terrifying.
It is. And what's more terrifying is the transmission rate. Natural diseases have evolutionary limitations. They can't spread too fast or they kill their host before transmission occurs. But an engineered pathogen doesn't have those constraints. You can design it to be highly infectious and highly lethal.
You mentioned working for pharmaceutical companies. Are there companies in the United States conducting this kind of research?
Yes. I can't name them. Even with the voice masking, the legal consequences would still be immediate. But I can tell you this. If you look at their government contracts, you'll see Department of Defense funding for classified research. The paper trail is there. You just have to know where to look.
Umbrella Corporation.
I didn't say that. But I'm not going to contradict you either.
So what should people in Raccoon City do?
If this is what I think it is, get out. A weaponized pathogen isn't like a natural disease. There are no treatment protocols, no vaccines in the civilian medical system, and if there's been a containment failure, the company responsible will prioritize covering it up over saving lives. They'll let people die before they'll admit what they created.
Can you elaborate on that?
Think about it. If a major pharmaceutical company admits they were developing illegal bioweapons and one escaped, that's the end of the company. Criminal prosecution, massive lawsuits, complete destruction of their business. So instead, they'll deny everything. Blame it on natural causes, claim it's a rabies outbreak, or food poisoning, or mass hysteria, anything but the truth. And the government. If they funded the research, they're complicit. They'll help with the cover-up, classify the evidence, threaten anyone who talks. Because if the truth comes out, it's not just one company that falls. It's a whole system of illegal weapons development that gets exposed.
Dr. Kittle, that's a serious accusation.
I know. And I'm probably going to regret this interview. But I couldn't stay silent anymore. People deserve to know what's possible, what's probable, what might be happening right now in their city.
Any final advice for our listeners?
Watch what the authorities do, not what they say. If they start evacuating government personnel before civilian warnings go out, that tells you something. If military units show up in contamination gear before any official health alert, that tells you something. The response will reveal the truth even if the official statements don't. And if you're in Raccoon City, make a plan. Stock supplies, have an evacuation route ready. Because if this is what I think it is, when the truth finally comes out, it'll be too late to run.
Dr. Kittle, thank you for your courage and speaking with us today.
Thank you for giving me a platform. I just hope I'm wrong. I really, really hope I'm wrong.
This has been the Science Hour. I'm Johnny Eisgard. For those wanting more information, we've posted links to public records showing pharmaceutical company defense contracts on our website. Make of that what you will. Stay safe out there.
You're listening to WRKC 98.5. I'm Roger Thornhill. It's 11:30 p.m. on Wednesday, September 23rd, and we're staying on the air. We've extended past our normal sign-off because people need information. The lines have been jammed for hours. I'm taking your calls. Let's go to the phones. First caller, you're on the air.
Mr. Thornhill, my name is Emma. I'm 12 years old.
Emma, where's your father? Can you put him on?
He's sick. He got hurt yesterday helping someone. Got bit on the arm. He said it was fine, just needed to clean it. But tonight he got a fever. Started acting strange. Mom's with him in their bedroom. She locked the door and told me to stay in my room. But I can hear him. He's making these sounds like he's in pain, but also not. It's constant, just this moaning.
Emma, has your mother called a doctor?
She tried. The phone just rings. Mr. Thornhill, I'm scared. My dad's not talking anymore. He's just making that sound, and Mom keeps crying. She won't open the door. I asked if I should call someone, and she said no. Said we have to wait. But wait for what?
Emma, I want you to do something for me. I want you to stay in your room, lock your door if you can, and don't open it unless your mom tells you it's safe. Okay?
But what about Dad? Shouldn't we take him to the hospital?
Your mom is doing what's best. Just stay in your room, Emma. Stay safe. Can you do that for me?
Okay. Mr. Thornhill, the people on the news keep saying it's isolated incidents. But if it's isolated, why is my dad sick? Why won't the hospital answer? Why are there so many sirens outside?
I don't know, Emma. I wish I had better answers. Stay safe. Next caller, you're on the air.
Thornhill, this is Dario Rosso. I run the warehouse district on Canal Street.
Dario, what's happening in your area?
I'm locked in my office at the warehouse on Canal Street. Been here since 6 p.m. finishing inventory. Around 9 o'clock I heard this dragging sound outside, like someone pulling something heavy across the loading dock. I thought maybe there was an accident. Went to check.
What did you see?
There were people out there. Dead people, Thornhill. I know how that sounds, but I'm looking at them right now through the window. They're not alive. They can't be alive. One of them is my neighbor, Carlos from 2 blocks over. I saw him last week at the grocery store, but half his face is gone. Just missing. And he's walking around out there with the others.
Dario, are you saying they're injured? Do they need help?
No, you don't understand. They're not injured. They're dead. I can see I can see exposed bone on some of them. Skin hanging off. One woman has her stomach torn open and she's just walking like it's nothing. Like she doesn't even know. They move wrong. Jerky. Stiff. But they don't stop. They just keep moving forward. Keep trying to get to the door.
How many are there?
Started with maybe 10. Now there's, I don't know, 20, 30. More keep showing up. Drawn to the building. To the light maybe. Or they can smell me. I don't know how this works. One of them has been beating on the loading dock door for 40 minutes straight. Same motion over and over. His hands are just pulp now, but he keeps hitting it. Doesn't feel pain. Doesn't stop. Just bang, bang, bang.
Did you call the police?
Had a recording. All operators busy. 10 minutes ago, I heard glass breaking in the warehouse. They found a window. They're inside now. I can hear them. That sound they make. It's not human. It's this wet, gurgling moan. Like they're drowning. Like their lungs are full of something. They're in my warehouse right now and they're looking for me.
Is there another way out?
Back door to the alley. But I'd have to go through the warehouse floor. I could see them through the office window, the one in the doorway. I think it used to be a woman. She's wearing a hospital gown, covered in blood. Her eyes they're white, completely white, no pupils, just milky white. And she's staring at the office, like she knows I'm in here.
Can you barricade the door?
It'll hold for now, but there are more of them pressing against it. I can hear them on the other side, scratching, moaning. One of them is, Jesus Christ. One of them is biting the door. I can hear teeth on metal, over and over, biting, like it's trying to eat its way through.
Dario, stay calm. Help is coming.
Help isn't coming. I called my wife an hour ago, told her to lock the door. She said there are people in the street outside our house. Walking around, she said they look sick. I told her not to open the door for anyone. But what if they get in? What if she becomes one of them? What if I get out of here and go home and she's like those things outside my window?
Don't think like that.
The one that used to be Carlos. He just walked into a steel support beam. Didn't try to go around it. Just walked straight into it over and over, face first, breaking his nose. Doesn't even react. They're not people anymore, Thornhill. Whatever they are, they're not people. And there are hundreds of them now, maybe thousands. I can see them through the warehouse windows, just filling the street, all moving in the same direction, all making that sound.
Where are they going?
I don't know. Oh, God. Oh, God, the door. The office door is bowing. They're pushing against it. All of them. I can see it bending. It's not going to hold. Thornhill. It's not going to hold.
Dario? Dario, are you there? We've lost that call. If anyone knows Dario Rosso or his wife on, I don't know if there's anything we can do. Next caller, you're on the line.
Roger. This is Officer Richard Blaney, Raccoon PD.
Officer Blaney, finally someone official. What's happening? What should people do?
I'm on patrol in the industrial district. Roger, I need you to broadcast this. We're overwhelmed. Dispatch can barely keep up with the calls. Most units are reporting the same thing. People attacking other people. Victims who don't respond to commands. Don't respond to pain. I've seen people take multiple gunshots and keep coming. We've had officers bitten. Some of them are calling in sick, getting sent home. But Roger, I don't think they should be going home. I think they're getting worse.
What do you mean worse?
I responded to a domestic call about an hour ago. Neighbor called it in, said she heard screaming. When I got there, when I got to the bedroom, the husband was crouched over his wife. He was eating her, not biting in a fight, eating, tearing at her throat with his teeth. There was blood everywhere. She was already dead. He didn't stop when I came in, didn't even look up. I shouted commands. Nothing. I had to use my weapon. Multiple shots to the torso. He turned toward me, still chewing, and started coming at me. I fired again. Center mass. He kept coming. I hit him in the head. That's what stopped him. Roger, I've been a cop for 8 years. I know what people look like when they're on drugs or having a mental health crisis. This wasn't that. His skin was gray, eyes were empty, no recognition, no humanity, and he didn't stop eating even when I was in the room. This was something else, something wrong.
Should people evacuate? Leave the city?
If they can, yes. But the main roads are blocked. Accidents everywhere. People panicking. We're trying to direct traffic, but we don't have enough units. Roger. Tell people to stay inside. Lock their doors. Board up windows if they can. Avoid anyone who looks sick or is acting strangely. And if someone tries to break in, if they're acting like the ones I've seen, aim for the head. That's the only thing that stops them.
Officer Blaney, what about federal help? The National Guard?
I don't know anything about that. I'm just a patrol officer. All I know is my radio's been nonstop for 3 hours. Officers calling for backup, civilians screaming, and dispatch can't send help because everyone's already responding to something else. We're spread too thin. Whatever this is, it's moving faster than we can respond.
Officer Blaney, thank you for calling. Stay safe out there.
You too, Roger. And anyone listening, lock your doors, stay quiet, don't make noise, don't attract attention, and if you have weapons, keep them close. This isn't over. It's just getting started. Blaney out.
All right. I've been doing this show for 12 years. I've talked to you every morning. Traffic and weather, local news, sports, the normal things, and tonight I'm sitting here taking calls about people being attacked in the streets, about the police being overwhelmed, about children locked in their rooms while their parents are sick. I don't have answers. I don't have solutions. I'm just a radio host. But I'm going to stay on the air. I'm going to keep these lines open because maybe that's all I can do right now. If you're listening, stay inside, lock your doors, stay away from windows, don't let anyone in unless you're absolutely certain they're not infected. And if you can get out of the city, do it. Get your family and go. Don't wait for official word. Just go. This is Roger Thornhill on WRKC 98.5. Stay safe, Raccoon City. God help. What? No! Get back! Get back!
Hey, Raccoon City, this is Tony at Moon's Donuts. We've been serving cops, night shift workers, and early risers for 23 years. Fresh coffee, hot donuts made every morning at 4 a.m., and the best breakfast sandwiches in the city. If you see our boxes at the RPD station, at the hospital, or at the fire department, you know they're eating good. Open 24 hours because somebody's always working late or starting early. Moon's Donuts, 2 locations, one on Prospect Street, one near the police station on Fisson. Come see us. Tell them Tony sent you.
This is an emergency broadcast from WRKC News 7. I'm Jack Baker. Multiple violent incidents are being reported across all districts of Raccoon City. Police and emergency services are overwhelmed. If you are watching this, stay inside and lock your doors. Do not drink tap water. I repeat, do not drink tap water. We're getting reports of widespread attacks, and the situation is deteriorating rapidly. Peter Walken is downtown near the police station. Peter, what are you seeing?
Jack, I'm broadcasting from our mobile unit about 2 blocks from the Raccoon Police Department, and I don't even know how to describe what's happening here. The streets there are people attacking other people, not fighting, attacking. I've watched individuals walk up to others and just just start biting them, clawing at them, and they don't stop. Police are firing weapons. I can hear gunfire constantly in the background, but these people, these infected people, they're not going down. I just watched someone get shot 3 times in the chest. 3 times. And they kept walking forward like nothing happened. The only thing that seems to stop them is headshots. I saw an officer shoot one in the head, and it finally dropped. But there are dozens of them, Jack, maybe hundreds. They're just walking through the streets, moving toward anyone who's still normal. I spoke briefly with a man who was running past our van. He said his wife was bitten this morning. Within 2 hours, she wasn't his wife anymore. His words, "She looked at me like I was food. This isn't a riot, Jack. This isn't civil unrest. This is, I don't know what this is, some kind of infection that turns people into predators. I'm going to try to get closer to the police station. Back to you."
Peter, be careful. Lisa Fremont is in the helicopter. Lisa, what can you see from your position?
Jack, I'm looking at the entire downtown area right now, and it's chaos. There are fires burning in at least 20 locations. All 3 bridges out of the city are completely jammed with abandoned cars. I can see people running through the streets being chased by others. The infected, I guess that's what we're calling them. They move differently, Jack, slower, but steady, like they don't get tired. I'm also seeing something else. There are things on the rooftops, multiple figures moving across buildings. They're jumping from roof to roof, and that's not normal human movement. Too fast, too fluid. My pilot just pointed out something moving on all 4s along the side of a building downtown. It looked like it had no skin, just muscle, and I don't know, I can't describe it properly. Jack, we're being ordered out of the airspace. Fuel is getting low, and there's military traffic moving in. I can see Lieutenant Branna and some other officers trying to hold a perimeter on Main Street. They've got barricades up, but there are so many infected. Back to you.
Lisa, get to safety. We have Dr. Peyton Wells on the phone from the hospital. Dr. Wells, can you hear me?
Jack. Yes, I can hear you. Listen to me carefully. This is the T virus, Umbrella's bioweapon. It's in the water supply. Anyone who drank tap water in the last 48 hours is at risk of infection. The virus causes brain death followed by reanimation. They're not alive anymore, Jack. They're driven by base instinct, hunger.
How do we stop them?
You can't reason with them. They're not people anymore. The infection destroys higher brain function within hours. Bites transmit the virus. So does blood contact. Incubation is 6 to 24 hours, depending on the individual. Anyone who's been bitten needs to be isolated immediately.
Is there a cure?
No, nothing that's available. Once the infection takes hold, it's irreversible. Jack, they've breached the hospital. I can hear them in the hallways. Multiple breaches on the ground floor. We're losing control. I have to go. I'm sealing myself in the research wing. If anyone finds this, tell them Umbrella did this. Tell them Umbrella did this. Tell them.
Dr. Wells? Dr. Wells? We've lost contact with the hospital. Alyssa Ashcroft is inside the police station. Alyssa, are you there?
Jack, I'm here. We're in the main lobby of the RPD. Lieutenant Branna is organizing about 30 civilians who made it inside. We've barricaded the main doors, but we can hear them outside. The infected, they're beating on the doors, on the windows, constant pounding. They don't stop, Jack. They just keep coming. Chief Irons locked himself in his office about an hour ago. Won't respond to anyone. Marvin says they've lost contact with most units in the field. The station is the only secure position they're holding in the downtown area. Marvin just told me they're hearing reports of something beyond the infected. Witnesses describing creatures. One person said they saw something on all 4s with exposed muscle tissue, no skin. Another mentioned something massive walking through downtown, 8 or 9 feet tall, walking right through gunfire like it was nothing. Jack, I don't know how long we can hold this position.
Alyssa, how many officers are still with you?
Jack, Lieutenant Branna says they started with over 60 officers when this began. Now there are maybe 8 still alive in this building. He just told me they lost David Ford about 2 hours ago. Ford was one of the officers who'd been here since they turned the station into a refugee center last week. Marvin said David was trying to hold the West Corridor when the infected broke through. Marvin's voice cracked when he told me, said Ford had been documenting everything, writing down what was happening each day, trying to keep track as things fell apart. The last thing Ford told him was that they'd lost 12 people yesterday in fighting on the west side, that everything was falling into disarray. And now David's gone too.
Was he infected?
Marvin doesn't know. They had to seal off the west corridor. David could be dead, could be turned, could be trapped. There's no way to reach him now. The infected are everywhere in that section. Marvin said David has a wife and 2 kids in the northern suburbs. He has no way to contact them, no way to tell them what happened. Back to you, Jack.
Elisa, stay safe. We're receiving multiple reports of unusual creatures beyond the infected humans. I'm going to read from witness accounts we've gathered. A woman named Lena McClaidlaw called our tip line. She said she watched someone, quote, get torn apart by something that moved so fast I couldn't see it clearly. It was on the ceiling 1 second, on the ground the next. Had this long tongue that shot out like a whip. Another caller, Mark Rutland, described seeing, quote, something huge, had to be 8 feet tall, wore a trench coat and hat like a person, but it wasn't human. Shot it 20 times, didn't even slow down, just kept walking toward the police line. A third witness described what they called, quote, dog things. Looked like dogs but with no skin, exposed muscle, running in packs fast, faster than any animal I've ever seen. These accounts are coming from multiple independent sources across the city. We also have reports of birds, crows specifically, attacking people in flocks. I know how this sounds, but we're receiving dozens of similar descriptions. Something is happening in Raccoon City that goes beyond a simple infection. The official government statement from this morning reads, quote, remain calm. Emergency services are responding. Avoid downtown area. Help is coming, end quote. I don't know if that's accurate anymore. This station may go off air soon. If you can evacuate safely, do so. If you can't evacuate, find shelter and secure your location. Do not approach anyone showing signs of infection. God help us all.
September 22nd, 1998. Ben Bertolucci, freelance investigative journalist. This is backup documentation for my Umbrella Corporation investigation. I'm recording this because I think I'm being followed. Black sedan, no plates, has been parked outside my apartment for 3 days. If something happens to me, this recording and the documents I've compiled need to get to the media. Real media, not the Raccoon Times. They're in Umbrella's pocket. Here's what I've got. 3 years of financial records showing payments from Umbrella Corporation to Raccoon City Police Chief Brian Irons. We're talking about $50,000 deposited monthly into an offshore account. That's $600,000 a year. For what? Irons doesn't do anything for Umbrella officially, but unofficially, he buries investigations. He confiscates evidence. He intimidates witnesses. I've got hospital records showing unusual patient admissions from the Arklay region, severe bite wounds, aggressive behavior, rapid physiological deterioration. In every single one of these cases, the family was paid to sign a non-disclosure agreement by Umbrella. I interviewed a former lab technician who worked at the Arklay facility. She wouldn't go on record, but she told me they were conducting viral research, bioweapons development. She said there was an accident in May, a containment failure, and instead of reporting it to the CDC, they locked down the facility and tried to cover it up. The S.T.A.R.S team that went into the mountains in July, the survivors came back talking about creatures, mutations, infected test subjects. Chief Irons called them delusional, said it was stress-induced hallucinations. But I got access to the coroner's reports from the bodies found in Arklay. Bite patterns consistent with canine attacks, but the force measurements were off the charts. One victim had a fractured femur from a bite. You can't fake that kind of physical evidence. Yesterday I received a phone call. No caller ID. Male voice, very calm. He told me I should stop asking questions about Umbrella. Said it would be healthier for me. When I asked who he was, he said he was someone who wanted to help me live a long life. Then he described my apartment, the layout, where I keep my files, what time I usually come home. I've been doing investigative journalism for 12 years. I've pissed off politicians, crime bosses, corporate executives. but I've never had someone threaten me like that. So calm, so specific. I'm moving the documents tomorrow, hiding copies in 3 different locations. One set goes to my editor at the Independent Press in Pittsburgh. One set goes to a safety deposit box in Cleveland. And one set I'm keeping with me. Hold on. Someone's outside. It's the black sedan. 2 men getting out. They're walking toward my building. Okay, I need to move. If you're listening to this, it means they got to me. The evidence is real. Umbrella Corporation is conducting illegal bioweapons research. Chief Irons is complicit. People are dying and it's being covered up. I'm going out the back, taking the fire escape. I'll update this recording when I'm somewhere safe. The truth has to come out. It has to.
Brothers and sisters, if you can hear my voice, if you're listening to this broadcast, then you know what walks the streets of our city tonight, you know what has been unleashed upon us, and you know in your heart of hearts that this is not the work of men alone, this is judgment. This is the wrath of the Almighty come down upon a wicked and sinful generation. The book of Revelation speaks of the dead rising from their graves. It speaks of pestilence and plague. It speaks of the beast walking among us. And we, in our pride and arrogance, we thought these were metaphors, poetry, ancient warnings that didn't apply to our modern world. But look outside your windows tonight. Look at what walks our streets. Tell me this isn't the fulfillment of prophecy. Tell me this isn't the end times made manifest. For years, for decades, we allowed wickedness to flourish in this city. We allowed corporations to play God in their laboratories. We allowed them to tamper with the very fabric of creation, to twist and corrupt the natural order. We knew, deep down, we all knew something was wrong. Those facilities in the mountains, the secrecy, the lies, the deaths that were covered up, we knew. And we said nothing. We did nothing. Because their money was good. Because their jobs were plentiful. Because we valued our comfort over our souls. And now we reap what we have sown. The Bible tells us that the wages of sin is death. Not metaphorical death, not spiritual death alone, but death, real death. The kind that walks and hungers and destroys. We created this. Not just the scientists in their white coats, not just the executives in their boardrooms, all of us. Every person who looked the other way, every citizen who valued prosperity over righteousness, we are complicit, we are guilty. And now comes the reckoning. I know there are those listening who will say this is just disease, just science gone wrong, an accident, a mistake. But there are no accidents in God's plan. There are no mistakes in divine judgment. What we see tonight is the consequence of our choices, the fruit of our corruption. God has withdrawn his protection from this city because this city has withdrawn itself from God. We worshiped at the altar of money and power. We sacrificed our humanity on the altar of progress. And now, the altar demands a different sacrifice. Our lives, our souls, our very existence. In the book of Exodus, God sent plagues upon Egypt. Water turned to blood, darkness covered the land. The firstborn died in the night. And Pharaoh's heart was hardened. He would not repent. He would not release the enslaved. He clung to his power even as his kingdom crumbled around him. Do you see the parallel? Do you see our leaders, even now, clinging to their lies? Even as people die in the streets, they protect their precious corporations. They spin their narratives. They harden their hearts against truth. But God will not be mocked. The Bible is clear on this. Whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. We sowed death in those laboratories. We cultivated evil in the name of profit. We nurtured darkness and called it progress. And now the harvest has come. Death walks among us. Evil has broken free of its cages. And the darkness is spreading like wildfire through our streets. I know many of you are afraid. I know you're barricaded in your homes, listening to the sounds outside. the moaning, the breaking glass, the screams. And you're asking God why? Why would He allow this? Why would He let this happen to innocent people, to children, to families who just wanted to live their lives in peace? And I tell you, with a heavy heart, that there are no innocent people, not truly. We all benefited from the evil done in this city. We all accepted the money that came from those laboratories of death. But even now, even in this darkest hour, there is a path to redemption. The Bible tells us that God's mercy is infinite, that even in judgment, there is grace for those who truly repent. If you can hear my voice tonight, I urge you to get on your knees, confess your sins, acknowledge your part in this catastrophe. Beg for forgiveness, not because it will save your physical body. I cannot promise you that. The plague is here. The judgment is upon us. Many will not survive the night, but your soul. Your eternal soul can still be saved. When this body fails, when the infection takes hold, when the darkness comes for you as it has come for so many, you can face it with a clean conscience. You can go to your Maker knowing you acknowledged the truth, that you repented, that you did not die clinging to the lies that brought us to this moment. And for those who survive, if anyone survives, remember this night. Remember what happens when humanity forgets its place, when we try to become gods ourselves, when we value science over morality, profit over righteousness, progress over wisdom. This is the price. This horror, this nightmare made real. Let it be written. Let it be remembered. Let it stand as a warning to every generation that comes after. The dead are rising tonight in Raccoon City. The very ground itself seems to reject the corpses we've created. They walk, they hunger, they destroy. And this is not science fiction. This is not a movie. This is reality. This is judgment. This is the consequence of our collective sin made manifest in flesh and blood and horror. I don't know if I'll survive the night. I don't know if anyone will. The church where I stand is surrounded. I can hear them outside the doors, scratching, pounding, moaning their unholy chorus. The windows are barricaded, but they won't hold forever. Nothing holds forever against this tide. So I speak these words now, while I still can, as my final testimony, as my final warning. Lord God Almighty, we have sinned against you. We have forsaken your ways. We have created abominations in your sight. We deserve this judgment. We deserve this wrath. But for those who truly repent, for those who turn to you in this final hour, I beg your mercy. Receive their souls. Forgive their transgressions, and let this night stand as a testament to your power and your justice. Let the world see what happens when humanity forgets its Creator. Let the world see and tremble and turn back to righteousness. This is Reverend Samuel Flusky, broadcasting from Cornerstone Baptist Church on 4th Street. If you can hear me, repent. If you can still pray, pray. If you can still weep for your sins, weep now, because the hour is late, the darkness is here, and judgment, true judgment, has come to Raccoon City. May God have mercy on us all.
This is K7XRJ calling any station. Repeat, K7XRJ calling any station. Is anyone out there? Over.
Cat 7XRJ. This is N9THW responding. I read you, barely. Your signal is very weak. What's your location? Over.
Oh, thank God. Thank God someone answered. I'm in Raccoon City, downtown area, barricaded in my apartment. I've been trying to reach anyone for 2 days. You're the first person who's responded. Over.
Raccoon City? I'm about 50 miles west. I've been hearing rumors about some kind of situation there. Civil unrest or something. Are you okay? Over.
Civil unrest? Is that what they're calling it? Lars, it's not civil unrest. It's, I don't even know how to describe it. The streets are full of them, thousands of them. Dead people walking around, attacking anyone they find. It's complete chaos over...
Dead people? Alec, that doesn't make sense. Are you saying there's rioting? Violence? Over.
I'm saying the dead are walking. I know how it sounds. I know you think I've lost my mind. But I'm on the 4th floor. I can see out my window. There are people down there who are not alive. They're moving, but they're not alive. pale skin, dried blood, moving wrong. And they're everywhere. Over.
Alec, I need you to stay calm. Have you contacted emergency services? Police? Fire department? Over.
I tried. Phone lines went down yesterday morning. I saw police officers on the first day. They were trying to hold a perimeter on Main Street. Those things overran them. I watched it happen. The officers went down and then they got back up. And they weren't officers anymore. They were like the others. Over.
This sounds like some kind of disease outbreak. A biological agent, maybe. Have you seen military? National Guard? Anyone organizing an evacuation? Over.
Military's here, but they're not rescuing anyone. They've set up checkpoints at every exit from the city. I watched from my window yesterday. Families trying to leave, cars backed up for miles. The soldiers turned them back at gunpoint, wouldn't let anyone through. Some people tried to run past the barricades on foot. The soldiers shot them. Over.
They shot civilians. Alec, that can't be right. There must be some explanation. Over.
I watched it happen, Lars. A man with 2 kids trying to get past the checkpoint. Soldiers ordered him back. He kept going. They shot him. They shot him in front of his children. Then they turned the family around at gunpoint. Forced them back into the city. Back toward those things. Over.
That's impossible. The military wouldn't do that. They're there to help. Over.
They're not here to help. They're here to keep us in, to contain us. Whatever's happening in this city, they don't want it getting out. So they're sacrificing everyone trapped inside. 100,000 people, maybe more. They're leaving us here to die. Over.
Hold on. Let me try to contact someone. Emergency management, Red Cross, someone who can coordinate help for you. Over.
Thank you. Please hurry. I don't know how much longer. I don't know how long the barricade will hold. They're in the building now. I can hear them in the stairwell. They're trying every door. It's just a matter of time before they break through. Over.
Alec, are you still there? Over.
Still here. Did you reach anyone? Over.
I called the county emergency services. I called the state police. I called FEMA. They all gave me the same response. Said the situation in Raccoon City is under federal jurisdiction, that they can't comment, that I shouldn't spread unverified information. When I mentioned civilians being turned back at checkpoints, they hung up on me. Over.
So that's it then. They're just going to let us die in here. Pretend it didn't happen, cover it up. Over.
There has to be something I can do. Someone I can contact. Over.
You can tell people what happened here. Tell them we were Americans. Tell them we had families, jobs, lives. Tell them the government abandoned us, left us to die rather than admit what was really happening. Tell them about the checkpoints, the soldiers shooting civilians, the cover-up. Over.
I will. I promise you. I'll tell everyone. I'll contact news stations, politicians, anyone who'll listen. Over.
Thank you. It matters. Knowing someone outside will remember. Will tell the truth. It matters. Over.
What's your name? Your real name? Over.
Alec. Alec Lemus. I'm 34 years old. I'm an accountant. Was an accountant. I've lived in Raccoon City my whole life. I never hurt anyone. I paid my taxes. I voted. I was just a regular person trying to live a regular life. And now I'm going to die in my apartment because my government decided I was acceptable collateral damage. Over.
Alec, I'm so sorry. I wish there was something more I could do. Over.
You're doing it. You're listening. You're bearing witness. That's more than anyone else has done. The people who did this, they want to pretend it never happened, want to bury us and forget, but you'll remember. You'll tell the story. That's enough. Over. Oh, God. They're breaking through the door across the hall. I can hear them. Mrs. Patterson's door. She's 73 years old. Oh, God. I can hear her screaming.
Alec, get away from the door. Barricade yourself. Find a weapon. Anything. Over.
I'm in the bedroom. Dresser against the door. Won't hold long. Lars, thank you for answering. for listening, for caring. Tell my family. If you can find them, tell them I love them. Tell them I was thinking of them at the end. Over.
I will, I promise. Alec, I won't forget you. I won't let anyone forget what happened in Raccoon City. Over.
They're in the apartment. They're coming through the bedroom door. I can see them. Oh, God, there's so many. This is Alec Lamus, K7XRJ, September 29, 1998. Raccoon City. Remember us. Tell them we didn't deserve this. Tell them we...
Alec, respond. K7XRJ, please respond. Alec. This is N9THW. I just lost contact with a ham operator inside Raccoon City. His name was Alec Lamus. He reported military checkpoints preventing civilian evacuation. He reported the dead walking in the streets. He reported being trapped and under attack. If anyone is monitoring this frequency, please investigate. Please help them. People are dying in there. American citizens are dying. Someone has to do something. Please, over and out.
Field log, September 29th, 1998. Sergeant Hans Gruber, Umbrella Biohazard Countermeasure Service, Delta Platoon. We deployed to Raccoon City yesterday at 0600 hours. Mission briefing said civilian rescue and outbreak containment. Extract survivors, establish safe zones, coordinate with local authorities. Standard disaster response protocol. That was bullshit. We're not here to rescue anyone. We're here to collect data. Combat effectiveness analysis on the BOWs. That's what the squad leader told us after we landed. Our real mission is to observe how the infected perform against armed resistance. The company wants to know how many rounds it takes to drop a basic zombie, how fast the lickers move in urban terrain, whether the hunters can navigate multi-story buildings. We're supposed to document everything, send reports back to headquarters, and only engage when it serves data collection purposes. Half my squad is dead. We lost 4 men in the first 12 hours. Not because we couldn't handle the infected, but because we were ordered to let them get close. Observe natural behavior patterns, they said. Don't engage unless absolutely necessary. Corporal McCall got torn apart by 3 of those things because Command wanted to see how they coordinated pack tactics. I watched him die while holding fire, following orders. They gave us cameras, helmet-mounted recording devices. Every engagement is being filmed and transmitted back to Umbrella headquarters in real time. We're not soldiers, we're test subjects. Just like the civilians trapped in this city, the Raccoon City police have no idea what they're dealing with. We passed a group of officers trying to hold a barricade on Main Street. They were using standard 9mm rounds, aiming for center mass. The infected just kept coming. I tried to tell them, headshots only. The squad leader ordered me to keep moving. Said it wasn't our problem. We need to let the control group operate without interference. Control group? That's what he called them. Like they're part of the experiment, too. I've been a soldier for 15 years. I've worked for some questionable people, done some questionable things. But this is different. This isn't war. This is mass murder dressed up as research. There are civilians in this city. Families, children, and we're being paid to stand by and let them die so Umbrella can study the results. Command is calling for a status update. They want to know if we've observed any new BOW variants. They want casualty counts. They want to know which weapons are most effective against which infected types. I'm not doing this anymore. I don't care what they're paying me. I signed up to be a soldier, not a collaborator in genocide. I'm going to find survivors and get them out. If Umbrella wants their data, they can come collect it themselves. Gruber, out.
Philip at Stigla, Raccoon City's trusted name in fuel and convenience since 1972. With 3 locations throughout the city, we're always nearby when you need us. Premium gasoline at competitive prices, clean restrooms, 24-hour service, and a full convenience store with everything you need for the road. Snacks, drinks, motor oil, and lottery tickets. Our downtown location features an automotive service bay, oil changes, tire rotations, and basic repairs while you wait. Stigla also offers fleet services for local businesses, volume discounts available. Stigla Gas, locations on Route 84, Cedar Street, and Victory Road. When you need fuel, you need Stigla.
This is WRKC News 7 broadcasting from a secure location. I'm Jack Baker. This is day 2 of the outbreak. A complete military quarantine has been established around Raccoon City. No one is being allowed to leave. I repeat, the city is sealed. Military forces have established a perimeter with orders to turn back all civilians attempting to evacuate. Peter Walken is at the quarantine line. Peter?
Jack, I'm at the eastern checkpoint where the highway leaves the city. Behind me, you can see military barricades, armed soldiers, barbed wire. There are at least 50 people here who've been turned back at gunpoint. Families with children, elderly people. Everyone trying to leave is being forced to return to the city. I spoke with Charlie Oakley, a father of 2 who's been trying to evacuate since this morning. He told me, quote, "They won't let us pass. My kids are in the car. I showed them we're not infected. They don't care." The soldier said nobody leaves. When I tried to argue, he pointed his rifle at my chest. I approached the checkpoint myself to ask questions. A soldier, wouldn't give his name, told me this is a federal quarantine order. The city is sealed. When I asked when it would be lifted, he said he didn't have that information. Fighter jets have been flying overhead every 20 minutes. Attack helicopters are patrolling the perimeter. This isn't a rescue operation, Jack. This is containment. They're not trying to help the people inside. They're making sure nobody gets out. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Peter. Lisa Fremont recorded footage yesterday before her helicopter was forced to evacuate. We're going to play that now.
I'm recording this as we make our final pass over the city. We're being ordered out of the airspace immediately. From up here, I can see the complete military cordon around Raccoon City. It's a perfect circle. Military helicopters, ground units, mobile command centers, fighter jets overhead. They've sealed the entire city. Downtown it's overrun. The infected are everywhere, thousands of them moving through the streets. I can see large figure among them, this massive humanoid creature, 8, maybe 9 feet tall, walking through downtown with what looks like a rocket launcher. It's moving with purpose, like it's hunting. My pilot is telling me we're being ordered out immediately. We're leaving the airspace now. There are still people alive down there, Jack. I can see them on rooftops, in buildings, but nobody's coming to help them.
That was Lisa Fremont's final transmission. She made it out safely. Her helicopter was turned away at the perimeter and is now grounded. Alyssa Ashcroft sent this recorded message from the police station approximately 2 hours ago. This is the last transmission we received from her.
This is Alyssa Ashcroft reporting from Raccoon Police Department. We're down to maybe 5 people still alive in this building. Lieutenant Bernal was bitten about an hour ago. He's staying at his post as long as he can, but we all know what's coming. He's already showing symptoms: fever, disorientation. He has maybe a few hours. There's a small group attempting to escape through the sewers. I'm going to try and go with them. Good luck, Jack. This is Alyssa signing off.
That was Alyssa Ashcroft's final transmission. We have no confirmation of her status. We've intercepted military radio communications. I'm going to play one of these transmissions now. This is from approximately 6 hours ago.
Operation Sanitize is authorized. Airstrike commencing in T-minus 36 hours. All personnel withdraw the safe perimeter. Target is complete city destruction. All sectors. Munitions are incendiary. Confirmed. No civilian evacuation procedures are in effect. Acknowledged.
The military is going to firebomb the entire city. They're not evacuating civilians. They're going to destroy Raccoon City and everyone still alive inside it. To help us understand what this means, I'm joined by John Roby, a retired military analyst. Mr. Roby, what is Operation Sanitize?
It's a standard containment sterilization procedure used when biological contamination cannot be controlled through conventional means. The goal is complete elimination of the exposure risk. That includes all biological material, all structures, and unfortunately, all personnel within the contamination zone.
Including American citizens.
The procedure doesn't differentiate between infected and non-infected. It's about preventing spread. If this infection reaches other population centers, the casualties would be exponentially higher. From a strategic standpoint, it's justified. From a human standpoint, it's a nightmare. But yes, that includes everyone still in the city.
How many people are we talking about?
Raccoon City's population is approximately 100,000. Based on what we're seeing, I'd estimate the survival rate is less than 1%. Maybe 1,000 people still alive. Those people will be eliminated along with the infected when the sterilization occurs.
Is there any chance the military will change course? Attempt rescue?
No. Once Operation Sanitize is authorized, the decision is final. The risk of exposure spreading beyond the quarantine zone is considered unacceptable. I'm sorry, but anyone still in that city has less than 36 hours to live.
Thank you, Mr. Roby. Approximately 100,000 people lived in Raccoon City. Current survivor count is unknown, but estimated at less than 1,000. Military sterilization will commence in approximately 36 hours. I'm Jack Baker. If you can, you need to find a way out of Raccoon City.
This is an emergency episode of the Science Hour. I'm Johnny Aisgarth. We're recording this less than 24 hours after the military sealed Raccoon City. No one in, no one out. And based on intercepted communications, what's about to happen there is unthinkable. Joining me is Professor Philip Morgan, who teaches bioethics at the University of Colorado. Professor Morgan, thank you for coming on such short notice.
Thank you for having me, though I wish the circumstances were different. This is an incredibly difficult situation to discuss.
Let me lay out what we know. Raccoon City is under complete military quarantine. Civilians attempting to leave have been turned back at gunpoint. Some reportedly shot. We've obtained military radio transmissions discussing something called Operation Sanitize. Sterilization procedures, air assets standing by. Professor Morgan, in your professional opinion as someone who studies ethics in crisis situations, what do you think is about to happen?
Based on what you've described, it sounds like the government is preparing to destroy the city. Completely. Whether that means firebombing, tactical strikes, or some other method of total sterilization, the goal appears to be eliminating any trace of whatever's inside that quarantine zone.
And the people still inside?
Would be considered acceptable losses. In the calculus of crisis management, particularly when dealing with a potential biological threat, there's a concept called containment at all costs. If the threat is severe enough, if the risk of spread is high enough, then sacrificing the population within the containment zone is considered the lesser evil.
The lesser evil. We're talking about 100,000 American citizens. Families, children, people who've done nothing wrong except live in the wrong city. How is that the lesser evil?
It's a utilitarian calculation. 100,000 lives versus potentially millions. If whatever's in Raccoon City is as dangerous as the military response suggests, if it's an infectious agent that could spread beyond the quarantine zone, then from a pure number standpoint, the sacrifice is justified. Save the many by sacrificing the few.
That's monstrous.
It's mathematics. Cold, horrifying mathematics, but it's the framework that guides these decisions. During the Cold War, we had similar planning for nuclear contamination scenarios. Entire cities designated as acceptable loss zones if Soviet strikes occurred. The idea being that you can't save everyone, so you save who you can and accept the rest as casualties of war.
But this isn't war. These aren't enemy combatants. These are American citizens on American soil.
From the government's perspective, a biological threat doesn't distinguish between citizen and enemy. A virus doesn't care about nationality. If the threat is existential, if it's truly capable of ending civilization as we know it, then traditional notions of citizenship and rights become secondary to survival of the species.
You're defending this.
I'm explaining the logic. Whether I agree with it personally is complicated. As a bioethicist, I understand the framework. I've studied historical precedents, plague villages in medieval Europe that were burned to contain disease, quarantine ships left to drift, entire populations abandoned to die for the greater good. It's not new. It's never happened on this scale in modern America.
Historical precedents don't make it right.
No, they don't. But they make it understandable. When facing an existential threat, humans make impossible choices. We always have. The question isn't whether it's right. The question is whether it's necessary. And we won't know that answer until we know exactly what's inside that quarantine zone.
I have recordings. Audio from people trapped inside, describing the infected, the dead rising, the violence, the spread. Let me play you something.
This is Terry Morales reporting from downtown Raccoon City. I'm watching something I can't explain. There's a creature moving through the intersection of Main and 5th. It's massive, has to be 8 feet tall, but it's not human. The face is exposed tissue, no skin, and it's carrying a weapon, some kind of launcher built into its arm. Police are firing at it. Multiple officers, direct hits. It's not going down, it's not even slowing down. It's walking straight toward them, methodical, like it's hunting. One officer just went down. The thing grabbed him, lifted him off the ground with one hand. Oh God, it threw him into a building. The officer's not moving. It's turning this way. I need to move. Now, this is Terry Morales. If you're downtown, get inside. There's something hunting people out here, something that can't be stopped.
I also need to mention something else. Before this broadcast, I received documents from one of the S.T.A.R.S survivors who escaped before the outbreak. These are internal Umbrella Corporation files showing government contracts, Defense Department funding, classified research agreements. The government wasn't just aware of what Umbrella was doing, they were funding it. That's a reporter who's been inside since the outbreak began. He's describing creatures, bioweapons, things that were created in laboratories. Does that change your ethical calculation?
It complicates it significantly. If what we're dealing with is an intentionally created bioweapon, if this is the result of illegal research by a private corporation, then the government's response isn't just containment, it's cover-up. And that's different. That's morally different.
What do you mean?
What I mean is that if the military destroys the city, it also may be destroying any evidence that could be used to bring the corporation to justice. At the end of the day, regardless if this is engineered or natural, the government has a responsibility to protect the rest of the country from the outbreak. It's an impossible decision, and I'm glad I don't have to make it.
Professor Morgan, thank you for your honesty, for your willingness to speak truth even when it's difficult. The recordings are real, the testimonies are real, and in a few hours, maybe less, the military will implement Operation Sanitize. They'll destroy Raccoon City, they'll destroy the evidence, they'll destroy the truth, and 100,000 people will die so that the powerful can maintain their secrets. This has been the Science Hour. I'm Johnny Aisgarth. If you're listening to this, spread it, copy it, share it. Don't let them bury this. Don't let them forget. Remember Raccoon City. Remember what was done there. And remember who did it.
This may be our final broadcast. I'm Jack Baker, and most of our staff has either evacuated or we've lost contact with them. The firebombing begins in approximately 4 hours. What follows is compiled footage and reports from the past 24 hours. Peter Walken transmitted this before his position was overrun.
This is day 3. I'm broadcasting from a rooftop downtown. The city is burning. The infected vastly outnumber survivors now. I can see them filling the streets below. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands. They move in waves, following sound, following movement. Witnesses are reporting something hunting people specifically, not just the infected, something else. Large, heavily mutated, carrying weapons. One witness said it's targeting police officers and S.T.A.R.S personnel, hunting them down methodically. There are also these, I don't know what to call them, reptilian creatures moving on 2 legs. Green skin, massive claws, fast, incredibly fast. I watched one tear through 3 people in seconds. The military helicopters are circling overhead, but they're not helping. They're just watching.
That was Peter Walken's final broadcast. Peter was 32 years old. He was a dedicated journalist and a good man. We've compiled witness testimonies describing the various creatures encountered during the outbreak. I'm going to read these now so there's a record. Devlin, a downtown witness, described seeing people who'd been dead for days, walking, eating other people. They moved slow, but they never stopped, never got tired. You had to destroy the brain or they kept coming. Constance Porter described something on the ceiling, all muscle, no skin, tongue shot out like a spear, moved faster than anything I've ever seen, pulled a man off the ground and tore him apart. Guy Haynes, a 19-year-old survivor, reported these dog things, rotting flesh, exposed ribs and muscle. They hunted in packs, faster than regular dogs. We watched them chase someone down. Took 30 seconds. Melanie Daniels described birds, crows attacking in flocks. They'd swarm people, go for the eyes. I saw someone get covered in them. When they flew away, the person was just gone. Charlie Brewster, an elderly survivor, said the big one in the trench coat. We shot it over and over, nothing. It just kept coming. Punched through a brick wall like it was cardboard. Had to be 8 feet tall, maybe more. Not human, not anymore. We recovered a recording from Dr. Peyton Wells. This was found on the hospital servers. Timestamp shows September 28th at 3:47 p.m.
To whoever finds this, the T virus creates multiple organism types. The basic infected are the most common. Reanimated human corpses driven by hunger. But Umbrella created others, engineered variants. Hunters, reptilian creatures with enhanced speed and strength. Lickers, humans with advanced mutation. Wall-crawling predators with exposed muscle tissue. Tyrants, the ultimate bioorganic weapon. Nearly indestructible humanoid creatures designed for combat. There are more, BOWs, bioorganic weapons, all from Umbrella's Arklay research facilities. The antiviral compounds exist, but were never mass-produced. They wanted the weapon, not the cure. They're in the lab, multiple breaches. The infected are coming through the doors. I'm sealing myself in with the research data. Maybe someone can use this to stop them. Maybe...
Lieutenant Marvin Branna was confirmed killed at the station after succumbing to infection. Journalist Ben Bertolucci died in the holding cells. Police Chief Brian Irons' whereabouts remain unknown. He is presumed dead. Reporter Alyssa Ashcroft was killed at the RPD. Reporter Peter Walken's transmission ceased during the final broadcast. Estimated survivors are less than 1% of the population. Approximately 1,000 people may still be alive in the city. Military sterilization commences in less than 2 hours. My name is Jack Baker. I'm the news anchor for WRKC News 7. In approximately 2 hours, the United States military will destroy Raccoon City with incendiary weapons. This outbreak was caused by Umbrella Corporation's biological weapons program. The T virus is real. The creatures are real. 100,000 people lived in this city. The government knew about Umbrella's research. They funded it. When the virus escaped, they chose to eliminate the evidence instead of rescuing survivors. I'm evacuating now. This station will go off air. I'm uploading this footage to multiple servers. Copy it, share it. Don't let them bury this. Remember Raccoon City. Remember what they did to us. This is Jack Baker, WRKC News 7, signing off.
Good evening, I'm Lena McLeodlaw. The crisis in Raccoon City has been resolved. Federal officials have completed their assessment of the situation, and we'll hear from them shortly. But first, let's review what we know. On September 28th, a catastrophic industrial accident occurred at an Umbrella Corporation facility near Raccoon City. Chemical contamination spread rapidly through the area, requiring emergency response measures. Tonight, we're joined by Federal Press Secretary Johnny Eisgarth for an official briefing.
Thank you. On September 28th, a chemical storage facility operated by Umbrella Corporation experienced a critical failure. Toxic compounds were released into the surrounding area, including the city of Raccoon City and adjacent regions. Emergency sterilization procedures were implemented to prevent wider environmental disaster. Civilian casualties are estimated at 95 to 98% due to toxic exposure and subsequent containment operations. The government response followed all established emergency procedures. A quarantine perimeter was maintained to prevent contamination spread. On October 1st, controlled incineration of the affected zone was completed successfully. The contamination has been neutralized. Umbrella Corporation is cooperating fully with federal investigators. At this time, we see no evidence of negligence or criminal activity. This concludes the official briefing. Thank you.
Press Secretary Eisgarth there with the official statement. Joining us now for analysis is our expert panel. We should note that various conspiracy theories have circulated regarding the Raccoon City incident. Some claim this was a biological weapons accident rather than a chemical spill. To address these theories, we've brought in technical analysts. However, before we continue, we want to acknowledge that one of our panelists, Maxim de Winter, has raised questions about the official narrative. Maxim, you wanted to comment?
Yes. The footage from inside the city suggests something more than chemical exposure. The behavior patterns described, the systematic...
We've addressed those conspiracy theories, Maxim. The footage you're referring to has been examined by experts who confirm it shows individuals affected by toxic exposure. Hallucinations are common with certain chemical compounds. Let's move on to the recovery efforts. Federal agencies are coordinating the cleanup of the affected zone. Umbrella Corporation has agreed to provide financial compensation to families of victims. The investigation is ongoing, but preliminary findings support the chemical accident explanation. We should also address misinformation circulating on the internet. Some individuals are sharing edited footage claiming to show, quote, biological weapons and zombies. These videos have been analyzed and show clear signs of manipulation. Authorities remind the public that spreading false information about the Raccoon City incident is a federal offense. Anyone with genuine information should contact the FBI tip line.
They're lying to you. What happened in Raccoon City was not a chemical accident.
We apologize for that technical difficulty. Authorities are investigating that illegal transmission. Broadcasting unauthorized content is a federal crime and will be prosecuted. We'll take a brief break and return with more coverage.
I'm broadcasting from an undisclosed location. My voice has been altered for my protection. What you just saw on national news is a cover-up. I was there. My team was there. The T-virus is real. Umbrella Corporation created biological weapons. They created something they couldn't control, and it destroyed an entire city. The creatures we reported are real. All engineered. All from Umbrella's research facilities. I have evidence. Dr. Peyton Wells' research notes. Military radio intercepts. Unedited footage from Peter Walken and Alyssa Ashcroft. Witness testimonies cataloging every type of creature encountered. Peter Walken and Alyssa Ashcroft died documenting the truth. Dr. Peyton Wells died trying to warn people. 100,000 people died, and the government bombed American citizens to hide the evidence. I'm going to show you the documented evidence now. These are the bioorganic weapons created by Umbrella Corporation. The infected. Humans infected with the T-virus. Brain death followed by reanimation. Driven by hunger. Destroyed only by destroying the brain. Thousands of them filled the streets of Raccoon City. Cerberus. Dogs infected with the T-virus. No skin. Exposed muscle tissue. Hunted in packs. Faster than normal dogs. Multiple witnesses reported being chased by these creatures. Lickers. Advanced mutation of infected humans. Wall-crawling predators with exposed muscle tissue. Extended tongues used as weapons. Witnesses described them moving across ceilings and walls. Nearly impossible to escape once targeted. Hunters. Reptilian humanoids. Green scaled skin. Massive claws capable of decapitating humans. Engineered by Umbrella for combat situations. Extremely fast and intelligent enough to hunt in coordinated patterns. Tyrants. The ultimate bioorganic weapon. 8 to 9 feet tall. Massive humanoid creatures. Nearly indestructible. Multiple witnesses described shooting them dozens of times with no effect. Designed to be unstoppable. There are also reports of something called Nemesis, a creature that specifically hunted S.T.A.R.S personnel. We have witness descriptions but limited footage. All of these creatures were created at Umbrella's Arklay Mountain facilities, all derived from the T-virus, all unleashed on Raccoon City. This is footage from survivors who escaped. Names and faces are hidden for their protection. This is a memorial for those we lost. Peter Walken, reporter for WRKC News 7, died documenting the outbreak. Alyssa Ashcroft, investigative reporter for WRKC News 7, died at the Raccoon Police Department. Dr. Peyton Wells, physician at Raccoon General Hospital, died trying to save patients and preserve research. Lieutenant Marvin Branna, Raccoon Police Department, died defending civilians at the RPD. Ben Bertolucci, freelance journalist, died trapped in the police station. Officer Brad Vickers, S.T.A.R.S pilot, killed on the first day of the outbreak. And 100,000 souls of Raccoon City, men, women, children, all dead, all sacrificed to protect Umbrella Corporation and hide the truth. The official story is a lie. Umbrella Corporation created biological weapons. The T-virus escaped, or was released. We may never know which. The government funded this research, but it went wrong. They chose to eliminate witnesses rather than rescue survivors. They bombed an American city. They killed everyone left alive. And then they lied about it. I'm distributing this broadcast through underground channels. Copy it. Share it. Don't let them bury this. The S.T.A.R.S survivors who escaped in July: Chris Redfield, Jill Valentine, Barry Burton, Rebecca Chambers. They tried to warn everyone. They were silenced. They're continuing their investigation from outside the country. Some survivors escaped through the sewers on September 30th. They're in federal protection or hiding, but they know the truth. They saw what I saw. They saw what Peter and Alyssa died documenting. Remember Raccoon City. Remember what they did to us. The truth will come out. Eventually. It has to.
Remember me? Harry Rote, Liberty Underground Radio, the conspiracy theorist, the crazy person, the one you all laughed at back in July when I told you something was wrong in the Arklay Mountains. Well, guess what? I was right. I was right about everything. And you're watching them lie to you right now on national television. Chemical accident? Industrial disaster? Isolated incident? Bull. Total bull. I told you weeks ago. I told you Umbrella Corporation was conducting bioweapon research. I told you the government was complicit. I told you S.T.A.R.S found something they weren't supposed to see. I told you they'd cover it up, and what happened? Everything I predicted. Every single thing. The T-virus is real. It's a biological weapon created by Umbrella Corporation with Department of Defense funding. It was tested in the Arklay Mountains. It escaped. It infected Raccoon City. And 100,000 Americans are dead because of it, not from a chemical leak, from a weaponized virus that turns people into walking corpses. You're watching that anchor right now. She's reading from a script, approved by government lawyers, approved by Umbrella's legal team. She's telling you it was an accident. She's telling you the victims were disoriented by toxic fumes. She's telling you the footage you've seen online is fake, fabricated, manipulated. She's lying. They're all lying. I have the proof. And I'm going to tell you exactly how this happened, not speculation, not theory, facts from people who were there. I've been contacted by two sources. One is a young woman named Claire Redfield. She was in Raccoon City looking for her brother when the outbreak happened. She survived, escaped through the sewers with a rookie police officer and a 12-year-old girl, and she told me everything. The other source, he's an Umbrella Security Service operative. USS, that's Umbrella's private military unit. He was part of the team sent into the underground research facility on September 26, 2 days before the outbreak. He saw what happened. He knows why the virus was released, and he's scared enough to talk. Here's what really happened. Umbrella had a scientist named Dr. William Birkin working in an underground laboratory beneath Raccoon City. Massive facility. Top secret. Birkin wasn't just working on the T-virus. He'd created something new. Something worse. He called it the G-virus, Golgotha virus, where T-virus reanimates dead tissue. G-virus causes continuous mutation, extreme regeneration, immortality through constant transformation. The ultimate biological weapon. Birkin wanted to defect, take his research to the government directly, cut Umbrella out. So Umbrella sent in their security team to retrieve him and the G-virus samples, September 26th, 10 operatives, heavily armed. My source was one of them. They cornered Birkin in his lab, ordered him to surrender the virus samples, He refused, so they shot him multiple times, left him bleeding out on the laboratory floor. But before he died, Birkin injected himself with the G virus, the last sample, his final act of defiance. The team took the remaining G virus samples and left. They thought the mission was over, but Birkin didn't die. The G virus kept him alive, started transforming him. He mutated into something my source couldn't even describe it properly. Said it was like watching a man turn into a nightmare, growing, changing, becoming something that shouldn't exist. And Birkin, or what was left of him, he went after the operatives, hunted them through the sewers, killed most of them. The survivors, they panicked, dropped the G virus samples, vials broke, rats got infected, those rats accessed the city water supply, and that's how it spread. Not an accident, not a leak. Umbrella's own security team caused the outbreak, trying to steal their scientists' research. Claire Redfield was on the street when it started. September 28. She watched people turn, watched the infected attack. She met a police officer, Leon Kennedy, rookie cop on his first day. Together they fought through the city, found a little girl, 12 years old. Her name was Sherry Birkin. Dr. Birkin's daughter. They discovered the truth in the underground lab, found Birkin's research, saw what he become. This thing, this G virus creature, it was hunting its own daughter. Some twisted remnant of parental instinct warped by mutation. Claire protected that child, fought that monster, and somehow they got out. They escaped through the sewers on September 30th, made it to the city limits, got past military checkpoints because they had Sherry, and the government wanted to study her, see if she'd been infected with G virus. Last Claire heard, Sherry was taken into federal custody, quarantined, tested, treated like a lab specimen instead of a traumatized child who watched her father become a monster. Leon Kennedy was debriefed and recruited. Government gave him a choice, work for them, use his knowledge of the incident for national security, or face charges for theft of classified materials. He took the deal. Claire said he didn't have a choice. They own him now. And Claire, she's in hiding, looking for her brother, Chris Redfield. He was one of the S.T.A.R.S members who survived the mansion incident back in July. He left the country to investigate Umbrella's international operations. Claire's trying to find him, trying to tell him what happened, but she's being followed, watched. She can't go public without being arrested or disappeared. My USS source is in the same situation. He knows too much. He was there when they shot Birkin. He saw the virus samples break. He knows Umbrella caused this. But if he comes forward, he's dead. They've already killed 3 of his teammates who tried to talk, made it look like accidents. He's only talking to me because I can keep him anonymous. So that's the truth. Umbrella created the T virus and G virus. They tested in the Arklay Mountains. When Dr. Birkin tried to defect, they sent assassins. Those assassins caused the outbreak. The virus spread through the water. 100,000 people died. And the government is calling it an industrial accident because they funded the research in the first place. The creatures were real. Claire described them. Zombies, the infected, lickers with exposed muscle tissue and prehensile tongues, massive humanoid bioweapons, tyrants walking through gunfire like it was nothing. And Birkin himself, the G-virus creature, she said it was the worst, constantly mutating, eyes forming on its body, limbs growing and changing, regenerating from wounds that should have been fatal. The government knew. They funded the research, they protected Umbrella, they covered up the S.T.A.R.S testimony, they sealed the city when the outbreak happened, they prevented evacuation, they shot civilians trying to escape, and then they bombed the entire city to destroy the evidence. This wasn't disaster response, this was genocide, this was mass murder to hide the truth. Mayor Michael Warren took Umbrella money. Police Chief Brian Irons took Umbrella bribes. They both knew what was happening. They both protected the company over the citizens. And where are they now? Warren's holding press conferences talking about tragic accidents. Irons is dead, killed during the outbreak. But the corruption, the conspiracy, that's still alive. Umbrella Corporation is not facing criminal charges. They're not being investigated. They've been granted immunity. Immunity for killing 100,000 Americans. The president, you want to know why they're covering it up? Because Umbrella has facilities all over the world. They have programs in Europe, Asia, South America. This wasn't an isolated research project. This is a global bioweapon development network. And if the truth about Raccoon City comes out, the whole operation collapses. Treaties are violated. International laws are broken. The company falls. And with it, every politician and military officer who took their money. So they're lying. They're destroying evidence. They're discrediting witnesses. Anyone who speaks out is silenced legally, professionally, or permanently. The S.T.A.R.S members who survived, Chris Redfield is in Europe being hunted. Jill Valentine was in the city during the outbreak and barely escaped. They're fugitives now, wanted for stealing classified information. Claire Redfield's in hiding. Leon Kennedy is controlled. Sherry Birkin is a prisoner. My USS source is terrified. The journalists who tried to cover this honestly lost their careers. The scientists who tried to warn people disappeared. The survivors who tried to testify were threatened into silence or dismissed as traumatized. But I'm still here. I'm broadcasting from a location they can't trace, using equipment they can't jam. And I'm telling you the truth they don't want you to know, the truth they'll kill to protect. Raccoon City was not an accident. It was not a chemical leak. It was a bioweapon deployment followed by a military cover-up. 100,000 Americans were murdered. Not by Umbrella alone, by their own government. The government that swore to protect them. The government that bombed them instead. The government that's lying to you right now through that anchor's perfect smile and that slick press conference. Download this broadcast, copy it, share it. They're going to shut me down any second now. The FCC is probably triangulating my position right now, but before they do, before they silence me too, I want you to remember Raccoon City, remember the T-virus, remember the G-virus, remember William Birkin, remember Umbrella Corporation, remember the cover-up, remember the lies, and remember the survivors. Claire Redfield, Leon Kennedy, Sherry Birkin, Chris Redfield, Jill Valentine. They know the truth. They lived it. And they're being silenced just like everyone else. Remember me? Harry wrote, the conspiracy theorist who was right all along. The crazy person who told you the truth while the professionals lied to your face. They're going to call me a criminal, a terrorist, a threat to national security. But I'm just a guy with a microphone who couldn't stay silent while they buried 100,000 bodies and called it an accident. The truth will out eventually, always. They can suppress it, delay it, discredit it, but they can't kill it. Not completely. Some of you are listening. Some of you believe. Some of you will remember. And that's enough. That has to be enough. Because they're coming for me now. I can hear sirens. Multiple vehicles. They found me. This is Harry Rote, Liberty Underground Radio. Signing off. Remember Raccoon City. Remember what they did. Remember who did it. And don't let them make you forget. Don't let them.
I apologize for that illegal interruption. The FCC has been notified. Authorities are investigating the source of that unauthorized broadcast. We remind viewers that broadcasting without a license is a federal crime. Anyone with information should contact local authorities immediately. Now, we will be returning to our coverage of the Raccoon City tragedy. Stay with us.
My fellow Americans, good evening. I'm speaking to you tonight from the Oval Office about the tragic situation in Raccoon City. And let me tell you, this is one of the most difficult moments of my presidency. Now, I know many of you are scared. I know you're confused. I know you're looking for answers. And I want you to know that I feel your pain. I truly do. What happened in Raccoon City, what we witnessed over these past few days, was a devastating industrial accident. An accident that, through no fault of the brave men and women who lived there, resulted in a catastrophic loss of life. And tonight, as your president, I want to extend my deepest condolences to the families who lost loved ones, to the children who lost parents, to the parents who lost children. This is a tragedy of immense proportions. Now let me be clear about something. I've heard the speculation. I've heard the rumors. I've seen what people are saying on the internet and on talk radio. And I want to address that directly because the American people deserve honesty from their president. The events in Raccoon City were caused by a chemical accident at a storage facility operated by Umbrella Corporation. Not biological weapons, not government experiments, not some conspiracy. A chemical accident, plain and simple. I know that might be hard to accept. You know, I was watching a movie with Chelsea last month, Independence Day. Great film, wonderful special effects, and in that movie, the government's hiding aliens and secret technology. And the hero, played by Will Smith, he has to fight through all this government secrecy to save the world. Well, let me tell you something. That's Hollywood. That's fiction. That's not how your government works. In the real world, in this administration, we don't hide the truth from the American people. We don't cover up accidents. We don't suppress information. What we do is we respond. We mobilize We do everything in our power to save lives and prevent further tragedy. And that's exactly what we did in Raccoon City. Now, I've been briefed by the best minds in emergency management, the best scientists, the best military commanders, and they all told me the same thing. The chemical contamination in Raccoon City was spreading rapidly. It was in the water, it was in the air, it posed an imminent threat not just to that city, but to the entire region. We had a choice to make, a terrible choice. Do we risk the contamination spreading to other cities, other states? Do we risk millions of lives, or do we take decisive action to contain the threat? And folks, I'm not going to stand here and tell you it was an easy decision, because it wasn't. This was the hardest decision I've had to make as president. Harder than anything I faced in my first term. Harder than any foreign policy crisis. This was about American lives, American citizens, people who trusted their government to protect them. And we had to make a choice that nobody should ever have to make. You know, I think about movies like Outbreak, Dustin Hoffman trying to stop a virus from spreading, racing against time, and at the end of that movie, they find a cure. The hero saves the day. Everyone lives happily ever after. Well, that's Hollywood again. In the real world, sometimes there isn't a cure. Sometimes there isn't a happy ending. Sometimes you have to make impossible choices to save the greater good. The decision to implement emergency sterilization procedures in Raccoon City, that decision saved lives. It prevented the contamination from spreading beyond the quarantine zone. It protected the people of neighboring states. It protected this nation. And while I deeply, deeply mourn the loss of those who were in Raccoon City when this happened, I cannot and will not apologize for taking action that saved potentially millions of American lives. Now let's talk about Umbrella Corporation. I've heard people say we're protecting them, that we're giving them a free pass, that we're putting corporate interests ahead of justice. And let me be absolutely clear, that is not true. That has never been true in this administration. We have always put people first, always. But here's the reality. Umbrella Corporation employs over 200,000 Americans. They're one of the largest pharmaceutical companies in the world. They develop medicines that save lives, cancer treatments, vaccines, antibiotics. They're researching cures for diseases that kill millions of people every year. Now, did they make mistakes in Raccoon City? Yes. Were their safety procedures adequate? Clearly not. Will there be accountability? Absolutely. But destroying Umbrella Corporation, shutting them down completely, that doesn't bring back the people we lost. What it does is put 200,000 Americans out of work. It stops research into life-saving medicines. It damages our pharmaceutical industry and our national security. So we're taking a different approach. We're working with Umbrella to ensure this never happens again. We're implementing new safety standards, new oversight, new accountability measures, because that's how you create real change. You know, I was thinking about the Shawshank Redemption. Morgan Freeman in that movie. He talks about hope, about how hope is a good thing, maybe the best of things. And right now, that's what America needs. We need hope. We need to believe that we can move forward from this tragedy, that we can learn from it, that we can build a better, safer future. To the families who lost loved ones in Raccoon City, I want you to know that this nation mourns with you. We will never forget the people who died there. We will honor their memory. And we will ensure that their deaths were not in vain by making certain that nothing like this ever happens again. You have my word on that. You have the word of the United States government. To those who survived and escaped, we're providing support, counseling, medical care, financial assistance. We're going to take care of you because that's what Americans do. We take care of each other. We come together in times of crisis. We don't point fingers. We don't spread conspiracy theories. We unite, we heal, we move forward. Now, I know some of you watching tonight don't believe the official story. I know some of you think there's more to this than we're saying. And you know what? In America, you have every right to think that. We have freedom of speech. We have freedom of the press. That's what makes this country great. But I'm asking you, as your president, to trust in the institutions that have kept this nation safe for over 200 years. Trust in your government. Trust in the democratic process. Trust that we're telling you the truth, because here's what I know. I've been in politics my entire adult life. I've been governor, I've been president, and I can tell you with absolute certainty that the vast majority of people in government, they're good people, honest people, people who care about this country. They're not hiding aliens like in Men in Black. They're not covering up conspiracies like in the X-Files. They're working hard every day to keep you safe and to make this country better. The events in Raccoon City were a tragedy, a terrible, heartbreaking tragedy. But they were not a conspiracy. They were not a government cover-up. They were the result of an industrial accident and the difficult decisions we had to make to prevent even greater loss of life. And I'm asking you tonight to accept that, to trust that, and to join me in honoring the memory of those we lost by moving forward together as one nation. God bless the victims of Raccoon City. God bless their families. And God bless the United States of America. Thank you, and good night.